Dukes Prefer Blondes by Loretta Chase. Chapter 13. When a lady marries a gentleman of character and capacity, and who is in every respect suitable to her, except that his estate is not equal to what she might expect, I do not call it unequal. John Witherspoon, Letters on Marriage, 1834. It wasn't too late to back away and take another tack, but Radford's inner self dragged to the front of his mind the image of Clara at Vauxhall, leaping on Bernard. His inner self reenacted her raging speech in this very office on that rainy September day. The brave, clever girl was suffocating. Without obnoxious Raven Radford, she'd be stifled, most expensively and luxuriously, for the rest of her life. If Lady Clara cared about the matters the world wants her to care about, she wouldn't have come to me, he said. If she wanted to be safe and coddled, she wouldn't have come to me. If she believed pauper children were not her problem, she wouldn't have come to me and plagued me to help her help them. She came to me because she knew nobody else would let her help them. She wasn't trying to save everybody. She wasn't trying to rescue London's wretched masses. She set her sights on one girl and her brother. That was all. But she couldn't come to you, because you'd only tell her that her job was to organize and sponsor charities. It wasn't her job to dirty her gloves, rescuing a very sick boy from a nest of thieves. He paused. It certainly wasn't her job to risk her life saving that boy. But she wanted to do it badly enough to take the risk. He met her father's gaze. His lordship's face darkened, and a muscle twitched in his jaw. If Radford could be intimidated, this was the time to cower. But he'd faced intimidation from his youth, and he'd spent his life fighting against daunting odds. "Pray, ask her, Lord Warford," he said. "Will you be so good as to ask Lady Clara now if she regrets her actions?" The Marquis started to rise from his seat, and Radford thought, if he walks out now, we're lost. But the Marquis glanced at Clara, whose face was white. He paused and sat down again. He drew in a long breath, and let it out, and said, "Have you regrets, Clara?" Tears sparkled in her eyes but didn't fall. Her mouth trembled a bit, but she shook her head and said, coolly enough, "If I had it to do over again, I would. It was the first truly satisfactory act I've performed in years. Though it was rather fun to help Cousin Gladys, too." She wrinkled her brow. "And it did feel good to make a spectacle of myself when I rejected Clevedon." "Oh, Clara," her mother said. "Marry me, Clara," Radford said, "and you may make as many spectacles of yourself as you like. I'm bound to encourage you, because making spectacles is what I do. Marry me, Clara, and it will be difficult. At present I can't afford to keep you in the style you deserve." "I can do without style," she said. "I did without it for 21 3/4 years until those dressmakers got hold of me." "Do without, indeed," her mother said. "Oh, yes, I can see it now. You living in chambers, waited on by 2 servants, if Mr. Radford's income will stretch so far. You living on an annual income less than what you can spend in an hour when you're feeling frugal." "Money is not the point," Lord Warford said. "We can prattle on about Clara's freedom, and her tendency to fall into her little scrapes, usually precipitated by good intentions." "Little scrapes!" Clara cried. "As though I were a child. Really, Papa." "You're my little girl, and always will be," he said. "I beg you will not jump on me for every word, child. Let me ask Mr. Radford the essential question." He turned a steely blue gaze upon Radford. "What happens, sir, when this infatuation fades? And don't tell me it isn't infatuation, because nobody ever seems to diagnose the condition except in hindsight. What becomes of my daughter, Mr. Radford, a year, 2 years from now, when she's a barrister's wife, living apart from her friends, in a sphere she was never prepared for and knows nothing about? Whom will she talk to? What will she do with her days and nights? What sort of life do you mean to give her?" Clara opened her mouth to respond, but her mother didn't give her the chance. "And tell me this, Mr. Radford," the Marchioness said. "What sort of regard can you have for a young woman when you invite her to join you in your world, where you have constant dealings with juvenile delinquents and blackguards of all kinds? A world where you are stalked by criminals?" "What sort of regard?" Radford repeated softly. He took his inner self aside and discussed the question with him. Then he let himself smile. "It must be high regard indeed, because I believe Lady Clara is more than capable of living her life in my sphere, with courage and style." Clara's face glowed, and her mouth turned up. The room brightened, as though the sun had contrived to force its way through both oppressive grey sky and sooty window. There. That was it. In a nutshell. Infatuation or whatever it was, he knew he'd move heaven and earth to bring that light to her face, to awaken that smile and the glint of laughter in her blue eyes. He didn't see how he could ever get used to it, let alone take it for granted. Lord Warford looked at Clara, then at his wife. "I've heard quite enough. We shall not address numbers 6 through 10. "Papa!" "Mr. Radford is unsuitable on a wide array of counts," the Marquis said. "Papa!" "Except the most important one," Lord Warford went on. "He suits you, and you seem to suit him. Warford!" He turned back to his wife. "My dear, I'm far from ecstatic about Clara's choice. In social terms, this gentleman is a nobody and seems content to remain so. But he seems to understand Clara, possibly a little better than we do." "Understanding won't pay for servants," said his lady tearfully. "Who'll look after her? What's to become of her, my beautiful child, living in chambers?" The Marquis took her hand. "Let us allow Clara and Mr. Radford to work out that difficulty for themselves. Let us take comfort in recognizing how well matched they are as regards intellect and character. Their exchanges have offered, I believe, ample demonstration. One must be blind and deaf to fail to discern a strong attachment. While Mr. Radford is not the man I would have chosen, that does not constitute grounds to break my daughter's heart." "As though I should consent to Clara's breaking her heart!" her ladyship cried. "But she doesn't know her own heart." "She's 22, and what was it? 1/6 years old," Lord Warford said. "She's an intelligent girl. We'd better make the best of it, my dear." His attention returned to Radford. "I shall call on your father, and we'll set our solicitors at each other's throats and see what happens." Duchess of Clevedon's Boudoir. Saturday, 24 October. The 3 Noirot sisters, Marceline, Duchess of Clevedon, Sophie, Countess of Longmore, and Leonie, Marchioness of Lisburn, all regarded Clara with no expression whatsoever. She'd told them, in slightly more detail than she'd told her parents, about the events leading to her becoming engaged to Raven Radford. "I wanted you to know as soon as possible," Clara said into the silence. "I haven't told my own sisters yet. Mamma will do that, in a state of tears and indignation, I don't doubt." The sisters looked at one another, sphinxes all. Clara knew they'd counted on her to make a splendid match, which would enhance their shop's prestige, as well as ensure her continuing to buy its costly creations. After a long, taut moment, Marceline said, "But it's so romantic, my love." "You could never marry a man of ordinary intelligence," Sophie said. "You'd be bored to pieces. You'd go into a decline and expire of ennui. He's clever and ambitious, and good at getting what he wants," Leonie said. "He'll make his way, of that I have no doubt." "But most important," the Duchess said, and looked at her sisters again. her dark eyes gleaming. "The dress!" they chorused. They went into rhapsodies, at first about their respective specialties. Marceline rapturous about the dress she'd design, Sophie euphoric about the headdress she'd create, and even practical Léonie was almost poetic about the bridal corset she envisioned. Though they'd all begun to transfer their business activities to others since marrying into the upper ranks, they'd make an exception for Clara's wedding. She was their protégée and prize client, and they'd waited months for this opportunity. "Nothing too extravagant," she said. "Remember, I'm marrying a barrister who's only in the early phase of his career." She wasn't sure Radford could afford even one of their dresses, especially the evening dresses. "All the more reason for a splendid bridal ensemble," Sophie said. "The more expensive you look, the more you increase your husband's status in the eyes of others. Most men recognize this, and like to see their wives well dressed." "In any event, Lord Warford will pay for it," said Léonie. "You don't want to make your dear papa seem miserly, or anything less than pleased with his prospective son-in-law." "He isn't pleased," Clara said. "I told you." Sophie dismissed this with a wave of her hand. "The point isn't what he truly feels. The point is what seems. No matter how your parents feel, they won't want anybody to suspect they're anything but thrilled with your betrothed. You may be sure I'll write pieces for Fox's Morning Spectacle to make parents everywhere gnash their teeth in envy. Mothers will be shrieking at their daughters, 'Why could you not win such a marital prize?' If anyone could turn an awkward situation to positive account, it was Sophie. They went on to fantasize about a newly married lady's walking dresses and morning dresses, dinner dresses and opera dresses, and everything that went on over and under them. Clara tried to rein them in, but soon gave up, because she knew they were right, as usual. They'd achieved their success because they understood the haut ton perfectly. Yes, it would cost Papa, but he never fussed about dressmakers' bills and such. More important, as they said, an elegant set of clothes would bolster Radford's status and quiet malicious tongues. The rest of the marriage was up to her and Radford. Woodley Building, Monday, 26 October. "I trust you've thought about where you'll live," Westcott said. Radford hadn't had time to think about anything practical. He'd barely been able to carry on his lawyerly duties. His fight for Lady Clara was all he'd thought about. Immediately after the trial of Raven Radford, he'd ridden out to Richmond to report to his parents. He hadn't told his father about the trial previously, concerned it would infuriate him. His son having to defend himself to a pair of spoiled aristocrats. Now, though, he took the entire tale in high good humour. His mother said she was pleased, but she'd looked a little troubled. Buoyed by triumph, he'd told himself the two sets of parents would meet soon, and the odds were in favour of personal acquaintance overcoming many of the social barriers. His father was a gentleman, his mother a well-born lady. No stickler could possibly find fault with their manners. Well, father could be brusque and rude, but so could any number of noblemen, especially those of advanced age. And considering his father's advanced age and infirmity, Radford didn't think anybody would be so unreasonable as to object to the marriage taking place in Richmond, and the honeymoon, too, for that matter. A bridal trip at this time of year wasn't wise. Given his current legal responsibilities, it was out of the question. For the time being, he and Clara would reside in the first-floor wing of Ithaca House. His parents had essentially abandoned this part of the house as father grew too frail to stir much beyond the library, and the occasional very slow walk in the garden. Everything had looked so rosy then. Now, not 72 hours after he'd obtained Lord Warford's consent, reality crept in, like the chill fog slinking over London and seeping through every available crack and crevice. It slithered into Westcott's office and mingled with the smoke from the fire to make a sickly yellow indoor haze. Westcott sat near the fire, yet another letter from Bernard in his hand. Radford had taken up his post at the window to gaze down at the churchyard. Fog swirled round the gravestones. I know Clara's parents will want her to live in a suitably fashionable and therefore extortionate neighbourhood, he said. He thought this an idiotic use of her dowry, immense as it was. Nobody's using the ducal townhouse at present, Westcott said, or for the foreseeable future. Malvern House had been let until a year ago, but the lessees hadn't renewed. Typically, Bernard hadn't charged anybody with finding new tenants. Bernard's next wife might have something to say in that regard. The letter Radford held contained, along with the usual trials and tribulations, 3 pages describing a young lady Bernard had met recently at a dinner party in nearby Ashburton. Apparently she hadn't run away or gagged at Bernard's clumsy advances because Bernard intended to court her. She has good hips for breeding, he wrote, and she's the only girl in a family of males. I'll get 6 sons on her, and you are out of a dukedom, little raven. Ha ha. Radford did not feel sorry for the girl, whoever she was. Bernard couldn't pretend to be anything but what he was. He wasn't clever enough, and there was no disguising his whale-like physique. If she could stomach the sight of him at dinner, slurping up food like a pig, or the sight of him after dinner, drunk and even more oafish than usual, then she must be either excessively charitable or excessively determined to be a duchess. Either way, she was welcome to him. The important thing was, Bernard's next duchess would not be Clara. "Do you think he'll marry the girl?" Westcott said. "She's near at hand, she's young and pretty, and she comes of good breeding stock," Radford said. "If she or her parents had discouraged him, he'd have said so, and abused her looks and family rather than boasting about them. Yes, he'll marry her, before the year is out, I predict. But he won't want to live in London, and if he wants to breed sons, he'll keep her at Glinner Castle. Unless she's very persuasive," he said. "In any event, I'd rather not ask him for favours, even for Lady Clara." She'd remain Lady Clara after they were wed, taking his surname but retaining her title and her precedence. She would remain who she was, a lady bred to be the wife of a nobleman of the highest rank. How the devil was he to make 2 lives, so separate in so many ways, fit together? Sophie did as she'd promised, painting the engagement in glowing terms in the pages of Fox's Morning Spectacle, for which she wrote anonymously. Like everybody else, Lady Warford read this publication devotedly. Unlike most others, she knew the anonymous writer was her daughter-in-law. While neither intellectual nor literary, her ladyship understood the way society's mind worked. It took her no time at all to see how brilliantly Sophie had managed the debacle. She'd presented the humiliating engagement as a triumph. Thanks to her, unwed young ladies would envy Lady Clara, and their mothers would envy Clara's mother, or at least wonder what she knew about her prospective son-in-law that nobody else did. Lady Warford not only decided that she loved her daughter-in-law more than she'd realized, but absorbed the lesson as well. She began to crow about the engagement, as though it were a great coup she'd personally engineered. She went so far as to share her pretend rapture with the King and Queen, and was shocked, though not visibly, to learn they held Mr. Radford in some regard, even if at times the King, once a naval commander, had expressed a wish to hang him from the yardarm. "Brilliant fellow," His Majesty said, "but he can be damned irritating." "I believe Lady Clara is up to his weight," said Her Majesty. "No doubt about it," said the King. "Lucky fellow indeed. With such a wife, he'll go far." He did not add, "if nobody kills him first," because that went without saying. Glowing with royal approval, Lady Warford was splendidly armed for her battle with Lady Bartham. Best of all weapons was the very great pleasure of apologizing for being unable to invite her friend to the nuptials, as it is to be quite private, you know, for Mr. George Radford's health is too fragile to endure crowds. We shall have only the immediate family, and a few ministers, as Warford's position requires, Oh, and the King and Queen have appointed certain members of the royal family to represent them, as their Majesty's schedule does not permit their personal attendance. Within 3 days, the news had reached every quarter of London. By the 4th day, Radford had to dodge journalists on his way to and from the Temple. Tilsley got into fighting form, evicting sellers of this, that, and the other thing indispensable to newlyweds, while Westcott saved on coal by burning mountains of business cards and brochures for household furnishings, reasonably priced townhouses, staffing services, etc. Among the lowest of Raven Radford's acquaintance, matters grew hot, too, as they argued and wagered about what this would mean for the criminal business. Some were sure he'd give up lawyering and become a gentleman, living on his wife's immense dowry, a fortune estimated at anywhere from £10,000 to £500,000, with bets covering the extremes and all points in between. Others said they'd have to pry his wig from his cold, dead skull before he gave up harassing coves which was only trying to sweat out a living some way or t'other. Jacob Freem wasn't among those wagering or expressing opinions. A fever had struck him down not long after Chiver failed to fly. This was deadly from several angles. Both rivals and ambitious associates would be happy to help speed his way to the graveyard when he wasn't in a condition to defend himself. But 2 of his boys stood by him, even after he took sick. Husher and Squirrel, the latter one of the newer boys Chiver had named for his large front teeth, overfull cheeks, and sudden darting way of moving. The 2 had helped Freem get away, by boat. Though it was a hellish way for a sick man to travel, it was safer than the streets, where his enemies would recognize him. They took refuge in a hovel in one of the foulest neighborhoods along the river, where nobody who knew him would expect him to be. Everybody knew Jacob Freem lived high. He owned a carriage and horse, travelled in the first circles of London's underworld, and lived in luxurious private rooms in one of Covent Garden's better brothels. In his own world, in short, he was a celebrity. Among the river's criminal population he was nobody, and even the worst of them couldn't be bothered to cut his throat, even if they wanted to come near a man dying of fever. Too, Husher was on guard, in case anybody got curious and foolhardy enough to come close. And so Freem got sicker and sicker and sicker and came to death's door. But death changed its mind at the last minute, and Freem came back to life in a pest hole, with no place to go and next to nothing to live on. His boys had run away and joined other gangs. Thinking him dead or as good as, rivals had taken over his businesses. And now— "He's what?" he snarled, as Squirrel set a cracked bowl of slop in front of him. Squirrel and Husher spoke a version of English only others of their kind understood. Revised for ordinary comprehension, the exchange went like this. Squirrel said, "Raven's getting herself a wife. I heard it down Jack's." Husher nodded. "Me too." Jack's was a disreputable coffee-house in Covent Garden. "You can hear anything down Jack's," Freem said. "Doesn't mean it isn't a steaming pile of shit." "They was making bets on it," Squirrel said, "on account she's the long meg what beat Chiver and come to the house that time when he dropped off of the roof. On account she's a knob, with diamonds as big as goose eggs, they say, and they're going to live in a castle and he's giving up the Old Bailey and going to be a gentleman." "No, he won't," Freem said. "Not him. Swanning with the knobs and chatting with the king and wearing diamond stick-pins. Not him. He won't be raising himself up after what he did to me." Husher said, "What he done to Chiver, too. If it wasn't for that Raven—" "Chiver brought it on himself, the bloody fool," Jacob said. "Who was it brought the whiny horse on that? What's his name?" "Toby," Squirrel said. "Toby Copy." "Him," Jacob said. "Why I am sick, why I am ruined, but on account of Master Toby Copy and that squeaking sister of his." "Betty or Biddy or Bridget," Squirrel said. "Her, prating and squawking and bringing the quality to stick their noses in. But it's all down to Raven, isn't it? And he's going to have sashes and velvet robes and crowns and such, and rub elbows with princes and princesses. Ha! Freem smiled now, a smile that made his boys tremble, and enemies reach for their weapons or run away. Oh, he'll have a crown, all right, Freem said. And I'll crown him myself. Squirrel and Husher looked at each other and smiled too. Chapter 14. Let it be observed that those who write in defence of marriage usually give such sublime and exalted descriptions as are not realized in one case of 1,000, and therefore cannot be a just motive to a considerate man. John Witherspoon, Letters on Marriage, 1834. Ithaca House, Richmond, 20 November, 1835. 2 princesses, 2 royal dukes and their wives, 4 members of the ministry and their wives, 3 slightly French, more or less former dressmakers and their spouses, duke, marquis, and earl, in order of precedence. These, Radford's groomsman Westcott, and what seemed to be thousands of Fairfaxes, filled the drawing-room of Ithaca House. While Radford knew each and every name, and could, if required, have recited them a week or a year hence, at the moment they were no more than a sea of hazy faces amid blobs of colour. He couldn't blame the fog on the previous night's extended celebration with the aforesaid Duke, Marquis, and Earl. He'd begun the celebrating already weary, after weeks of working long hours to keep up with his professional responsibilities and Bernard's stream of pestering letters. Thanks to the Duke, Marquis, and Earl's notions of a proper bachelor's party, Radford had enjoyed about 2 hours' sleep. He decided that they, like so many others, had been trying to kill him, or at least make sure he didn't make it to the wedding. The haze had nothing to do with any of this. It was what he saw at the entrance to the drawing-room. Clara, his bride, on her father's arm. A bride so beautiful, Radford's inner self wept, and maybe a mist managed to escape from that secret inner chamber, to make his vision somewhat watery for a moment. But he blinked, and the mist cleared, and there she was, radiantly beautiful, a sun-goddess shedding golden light upon the mundane world beneath. His mind was falling into the hands of his troublesome self and descending into poetry, but he couldn't help it. In a very short time she would be his, by law. His in a deeply personal, intimate sense, too. He mustn't think about that, yet. Wits and sobriety were needed at present. He made himself regard her bridal attire as though it were legal evidence. The dressmakers had created a fantastical iced cake madness of Brussels point lace and silk embroidery dotted with pearls. A bouquet of lace rose from the braided knot atop her head. Strands of pearls wrapped about the knot and draped her forehead. A pair of lace lappets flowed from the crown down to the richly embroidered lace flounce of her skirt. Rosettes dotted the flounce and marked her puffy sleeves gathering above her elbows, where another mile of lace dripped down past the upper edges of her gloves. A lace and embroidery-adorned sash, with long flowing ends, circled her waist. Another rosette rested cunningly between the folds at the neckline of a very snug bodice, drawing the eye to the lace edging, thence to satin skin, and the pearl necklace encircling her smooth throat. He wished he'd had more sleep. He'd need all his ingenuity to get all that, and everything underneath, off her in less than a day. He wanted to lick every inch of that satiny skin. But he could not let himself think about that. The wedding night was hours from now. Blast these tribal rituals. He of all men had to get through the rites in a rational manner. All the world would be waiting for him to do something inexcusably obnoxious. Someone was sure to object when the minister offered the opportunity, and Radford would have to defend himself as well as prosecute the objectors, swiftly and irrevocably. It felt like eons, yet only a moment passed before she was standing beside him. Then his mouth spread into a grin. He couldn't help it. After all the storms and drama and despair and fear, she was to be his at last. She shot him a quick glance and a quick smile, barely enough to offer a glimpse of the chipped tooth. But then she seemed to remember where they were, and why, because her smile faded, and she became solemn. He became solemn, too, as it struck him, finally, the immensity of what they were about to do. What this remarkable girl was about to do. Tie her life to his. Forever. "Still time to run," he murmured. She looked at him then, in patent disbelief. "In this dress?" The minister cleared his throat. They both turned toward him, Radford with pounding heart. "Dearly beloved," the minister began. That evening, Clara was going to kill the bridegroom. Admittedly, her wedding dress was not the sort of thing one simply threw on and threw off again. Its numerous attachments and fastenings would have sent the bridegroom directly to an insane asylum. Still, it was a miracle of a wedding dress. Even Sophie's lavish prose in the special bridal edition of Fox's Morning Spectacle couldn't do it justice. Radford had looked a little misty-eyed when he first saw Clara in her wedding ensemble. Or maybe those were tears of laughter. In any case, it was no small challenge to get out of, and she'd had to retire with Davis into the dressing-room. The process couldn't have taken an hour, if that, and Clara had spent the time in a tumult of anxiety and anticipation. Last night, Mamma had sharpened Clara's vague notions of what went on during the wedding night, but not by much, Lady Warford being slightly embarrassed and greatly tearful. And so, trembling a little, Clara had entered the shadowy, candle-lit bedroom, and found the bridegroom sprawled on the bed, sound asleep, and still wearing most of the clothes he'd worn to his wedding. Even her brother Harry, who didn't much care what he looked like, had a valet. Radford didn't. Still, men's clothing wasn't a fraction as complicated as women's, though the best coats, tailored to fit like skin, weren't easy to remove without assistance. Yet he'd got off his coat, undone his neckcloth, and detached the ruffles from the opening and cuffs of his shirt. The coat he'd tossed over a chair and the neckcloth on top of it. His diamond stick-pin glittered from a small dish on the bedside table. His shoes lay where he'd thrown or kicked them, one on its side and one upside down near the chair. He'd unbuttoned his waistcoat, but that was as far as he'd gone. He lay on his side, his head on the pillow, his black hair tousled. He had flung one arm over his face and tucked the other under the pillow. Her gaze trailed over the long line of his body, from his shoulders down over his powerful torso and trousered legs. For some reason, the sight of his stockinged feet made her heart ache. She stepped nearer. In sleep, his face was almost boyishly innocent. This must be because his closed eyes hid his too penetrating grey gaze. In the softly shimmering light, he looked almost vulnerable. Perhaps she would not kill him, after all. He was exhausted, poor man. In the last month, they'd snatched moments together, but rarely without people hovering in the vicinity, as though everybody feared the wicked raven Radford would ravish and abandon her. Not that he'd had much time to spend with her, even though he hadn't needed to negotiate a peace between their parents. Their parents had taken care of that themselves. Being handsome, lively, and charming, Anne Radford soon won over Mamma. The long-ago divorce scandal faded in the glamour of Mrs. Radford's unmistakable breeding, elegant dress, and handsome villa in a fashionable neighbourhood. After engaging their lawyers in gladiatorial combat, Mr. George Radford and Papa had spent a great deal of time together, happily arguing, one a lawyer, the other a politician, and both delighting in a worthy opponent. All the same, the social activity tired the older man, and Clara knew Radford took on a great deal on his father's behalf. Too, he had clients needing his help, and beastly Bernard demanding constant attention. Then came the wedding festivities, starting last night with a men's party Mamma said the bride ought to know nothing about, and the wedding breakfast had gone on for what seemed like forever. "Oh, go ahead and sleep," she murmured. "Only I wish I hadn't gone to the trouble of trying to look irresistible." Her nightgown wasn't a proper nightgown at all, but a naughty piece of goods the Noirot sisters had concocted, giving rein, she supposed, to their not very deeply submerged Frenchness. Unlike her simple, sensible nightgowns, this was made of linen as fine and silky as his shirt. Lace bordered the shockingly low neckline. Lace and silk ribbons trimmed the sleeves and hem, and tendrils of silk embroidery adorned the bodice. Since she didn't feel in the least sleepy, she hunted for something to read. Radford's parents had moved out of the master bedroom some while ago. Though it was elegantly furnished, the books in the writing desk's cabinet left something to be desired. They must be Radford's, because they included not a single novel or book of poetry. With a sigh, Clara took out a dog-eared copy of Sir John Wade's treatise, the one Radford had told her to read when she'd asked him for help finding Toby Copy. If anything could put her to sleep, this would. The title alone made her drowsy. A treatise on the police and crimes of the metropolis, especially juvenile delinquency, female prostitution, mendacity, gaming, forgery, street robberies, burglary and housebreaking, receiving of stolen goods, counterfeiting the coin, exhumation, cheating and swindling, adulteration of food, etc. And that was only the first half of the title. She went round to the other side of the bed, set the book on the bedside table, and climbed onto the bed. She took the book in her lap. Her movement must have disturbed him, because he moved, too, onto his back, and flung his arm up onto the pillow beside his head. His waistcoat fell open, displaying the breadth of his shoulders and chest. She could see, under the nearly transparent shirt, the dark hair feathering over his chest, and down, over his belly, where it disappeared at the waist of his trousers. Her face grew hot, and her heart went bumpety-bump. She returned the book to the bedside table. She stared at his arm. The light outlined the muscles under the fine linen. The thin fabric clung to the line of his collarbone and fell open at his throat, revealing the hollow at the base. She remembered the way he'd touched the hollow of her throat, with his finger, his lips, his tongue. That had been only the beginning. There had been much more. His fingers stroking up her thigh, almost to... Then he'd stopped. But there would be more of that sort of thing. Mamma had called it marital intimacy. A part of Clara wanted to run away, but another stronger part drew her toward him. Her husband. Her husband. Forever. Nervousness surged into alarm. What had she done? What had she done? She closed her eyes against the mad upwelling of panic and tried to recall the wedding ceremony. But it was a blur of happiness, like a dream. Happiness. He made her happy because of the kind of man he was, and because he saw her as she was, and because she liked the way he looked and moved, and the sound of his voice. He'd made her heart beat faster from the moment she'd looked up at him in Charing Cross. When she saw him or spoke to him or sat near him, the world was different and better, and she could breathe. All this was why she'd done this irrevocable thing. She opened her eyes. In the candlelight and firelight, his hair gleamed like black silk. She bent over him and let her fingers glide so very lightly over the silky curls. She traced the shape of his shoulder and let her hand linger for a moment over his powerful upper arm, so warm, with the same delicate touch, as though he were an object of the finest porcelain instead of a strong young man. She stroked over the tissue-thin linen covering his chest, then down. Her face burned, and she grew timid. She returned to his face, with its uncompromising angles of cheekbone and jaw, and the imperious nose down which he'd regarded her on that day in Charing Cross. She remembered the way, more recently, he'd kissed all over her face, and the way that had made her feel. She bent and dropped feather kisses, mere shadows of what he'd done to her, over his face, his forehead and temple, and the top of the arch of his eyebrow. She kissed his nose and the top of his cheekbone and the corner of his jaw. Then his mouth was so close, she had to touch her lips there. His hand came up, and he caught the back of her head and drew her down to him and kissed her fiercely, fiercely, and the world caught fire. Sensing her nearness, Radford had swum up out of sleep, and he'd almost opened his eyes when he felt her fingers drift, feather-light, over his hair. Wanting to discover what she'd do, he'd tried to be still. He'd tried to quiet his heart's racing, though it beat so hard they must hear it at the other end of the house. But she didn't draw away or pause. He made himself breathe evenly, as though he were still asleep. He'd borne as much as he could, keeping still while she explored, though he thought he'd die, keeping his hands to himself. Then came those sweetly innocent kisses, like rose petals wafting down onto his face and along his nose. And when her mouth touched his, she flooded his senses. The scent and nearness of her and the sound of her breathing and the whisper of her clothing when she moved. Though he'd wanted to see how far she'd go, he couldn't remain quiet. He couldn't pretend sleep any longer. He reached for her and kissed her deeply, tenderly, hungrily. A mix of feelings, as always happened with her. She made a tumult, tugging him this way and that, knocking objectivity and reason askew. Stay detached and in control when Clara was by? What a joke. He kissed her with feelings he'd tamped down again and again over the weeks since he'd met her. The delight he felt in her company, the desire he couldn't talk himself out of, the humiliation of knowing she was beyond his reach, the fear when he thought death would snatch her away, and the despair when her father refused him. He poured all that passionate turmoil into the kiss, and softened it, too, with an affection so deep he'd never have believed it of himself. She tasted like sunlight, the same sunlight one heard in her laughter, and saw in her smile, and in the sparkle in her eyes. She tasted like innocence, and like experience, too. Her mouth and tongue joined with and responded to his, as though the kiss were a dance, and they'd been dancing together all their lives. He pulled her closer, bringing his arm round her, and never broke the kiss while he rolled her onto her back. She was his at last by law, and what he wanted to do was take her there and then and make her his in physical fact. But she was not a girl of experience, and if he didn't give her time and make her first time as pleasant as possible, she would get the wrong idea about him and about marital relations, and their future together would be even rockier than it looked to be already. This was why, though he was already overheated, and though he'd waited an eternity for her, he eased his mouth from hers and said, "Well then, let's see what I got myself for a wife." He came up, shifting onto his knees, and looked her over. Long and leggy, voluptuously shaped, silken skin, a perfect face, set with aquamarine eyes. Voluptuously shaped. One couldn't say that often enough or appreciate it sufficiently. How on earth had Raven Radford of all men rated a goddess? And the thing she was wearing, for once there wasn't much of it, a nearly transparent scrap of linen decorated in all the places the eye, the masculine eye, was naturally drawn to. "You might have taken a proper look when an escape clause offered," she said, colouring. "When the minister asked for objections." "I did look," he said, "but you were hard to see properly under all the bric-a-brac. I decided to give you the benefit of the doubt." "Bric-a-brac," she repeated, eyebrows aloft. "Wait until I tell Sophie and her sisters." He planted a light kiss on each arch of her perfect eyebrows. Never mind, my lady. You'll do, for a barrister's wife." He drew back and tried to detach himself. "What a tease you are." She put her arms up. "Come here." "No," he said. "If you start that, it'll all be over before you can blink, and you'll want to kill me afterward." "I expect to want to kill you from time to time," she said. "Come." Gently he put her arms down onto the bed. "No kissing," he said. "Mr. Radford." "You may call me Oliver, or Raven, or both. We're private now, after all." "And you may call me Lady Clara," she said loftily, "or my lady or your ladyship, or Heptaplazes Optron." "Thank you, my lady," he said. If your ladyship would be so good as to lie there and try not to participate until I suggest it." "Lie here and take it, you mean?" she said. He saw the way her fingers curled and uncurled on the bedclothes. She was nervous, but putting on a fine show, her screen in place. "Feel free to comment, as the whim takes you," he said. "Is there a book?" she said. "A book?" "With the rules of how to do this," she said. "You know, with a firstly and a secondly and a thirdly." "There are many books," he said. "This is a plot of my own devising. Because I've never done it before with a Virgo intacta." "Who said I was?" He straightened. "Are you, or are you not? Because if you aren't, we can dispense with—" "This is my first time," she sighed. "And given the rate at which it's proceeding, I may not live long enough to do it again." "Then kindly leave this to me," he said. She laughed, and sunshine broke out in the shadowy bedroom. His heart soared with a happiness so rare he wasn't sure happiness was the name for it. "We'll start with familiar things," he said. He straddled her legs and bent and kissed her nose. "Like this." He kissed her forehead. "And this, and this, and this." Between words he feathered kisses over her face. He kissed her ear and nibbled at the lobe, and she gasped and squirmed. He kissed a tender place behind her ear and worked his way down her neck. The scent of her skin was in his nostrils and filling his head. He couldn't get enough of it. He brushed his cheek against hers. Her skin was as soft and smooth as flower petals. He couldn't get enough of the feel of her skin. He kissed the hollow of her throat, and the warmer scent of her wafted up from the low neckline of her nightdress. He brushed his cheek over the skin her neckline bared and drank in the scent. He brushed his lips over the place. He pushed away lustful impatience to simply absorb the sensual pleasure of this moment. She moved under his touch and sighed, and her breath came faster. He let his hands slide over her skin where his mouth had gone, and over her neck and shoulders, and down over the swell of her breasts, and down where the bodice's fine linen covered them, but not very well. The cunningly designed embroidery circled the deep pink buds. They tautened under his touch. "Oh," she said, "that's naughty and not unpleasant." He loosened the neckline's ribbons and drew it down, baring her perfect breasts. She opened her eyes wide, and a blush spread over her face and downward. He trailed his mouth over the silken curves, following their shape and reveling in the warmth and scent of her, and the way she moved under his caresses, and the way she took the pleasure he gave himself and her. He took one rosy tip into his mouth and lightly suckled, and she gasped, and brought her hand up and pushed her fingers through his hair and held him there. "Oh," she said. "Oh, my goodness." Her voice was soft with surprise and pleasure. She was too perfect, too responsive, too much altogether for a mere mortal male. He could not go on like this without having a heart seizure. "Don't stop," she whispered. So many people wanted to kill him, but she would succeed. Raven Radford was going to die on his wedding night. He'd kissed her before. He'd touched her before. Clara had felt pleasure and excitement. This was beyond anything she'd felt at those times. Then she'd only been on the border of an unfamiliar realm. Now she moved into that new place. Now it seemed as though she'd been only half aware of herself, or somehow not fully alive. Her body had kept secrets from her. Radford kissed her and caressed her, and every inch of her vibrated, outside, inside. He suckled her, and she felt the tug in the pit of her belly. Then his hands and mouth were everywhere, sending electric sensations over her skin and under. She couldn't keep still. She couldn't help making sounds, little cries and moans, not at all ladylike, as shock after pleasurable shock struck and raced along her skin and inside her. She hadn't realized her heart and body could feel like this. How could she have guessed what it could be like? The feel of his face against her skin, the masculine scent filling her consciousness and blocking out everything else. The world narrowed to him and her, and to sensations familiar and new, and an aching pleasure that made her restless. He drew her nightgown down all the way to her waist, but she was past blushing now. Embarrassment couldn't live alongside these surging feelings. Modesty dwindled to nothing under the movement of his hands and the touch of his mouth. She clutched at the bedclothes, trying to do as he'd asked. In this he knew better, after all. But he was kissing her belly, and she couldn't remain still any longer. She had to touch him. She brought her hands to his head and dragged her fingers through his thick, silky hair. She felt him shudder under her touch. He paused, but only for a heartbeat. Then he swirled kisses over her belly, drawing her gown down farther as he went, down past her hips, kissing her, and moving her legs apart, and her knees came up of their own accord, and he was kissing her. Down there! Her eyes flew open. She saw the canopy above her head, deep blue embroidered with gold that shimmered in the candlelight and firelight. She saw stars, too, flashing in her mind's eye, as though she'd fallen into the sky. But no, the sky felt like water, the stars reflected in it. She wasn't flying, but swimming in feelings, happy and restless, and wanting very badly to reach a place she couldn't identify. Her hands fell away to the bedclothes. She closed her eyes. He kissed her and touched his tongue there, and heat and excitement ruled her mind and body. She tried to keep still, but her body quivered. Then his fingers were there, too. She grabbed fistfuls of the bedclothes, holding on while shock after pleasurable shock knocked her about and made her mindless. The feelings sharpened and quickened. A stronger shock flooded her with heat and feelings impossible to make sense of. She cried out. Not words, but primitive sounds. Her legs shook. She grasped his shoulders and tried to pull him up. She needed him with her. He understood, and came up and kissed her the way he'd done before, and she gave back passion, love, and a wild longing. She couldn't keep her hands from roving over him, over his shoulders and back and arms. She caught hold of his shirt and tugged it from his trousers. She wanted skin. She wanted to touch him the way he touched her. "Clara," he said hoarsely. "I don't know what to do," she said. "Get this off." He gave a choked laugh and rose. He shrugged out of his waistcoat and tossed it aside. He pulled his shirt out from the waistband of the trousers, she helping clumsily. He pulled the shirt over his head and flung it away, and she reached up to set her palms against his chest. His skin glowed golden in the candlelight, and his body was hard and warm, like a marble statue come alive. She could feel his strength under her hands. She could feel his body respond to her, his muscles tensing under her touch. She slid her hands over his skin, discovering him as though she were an explorer, and he a new land she'd happened on. And yes, his body was a new world to her. She'd had glimpses of little boys' bodies in her childhood, and she'd seen statues in a state of extreme undress, most notably and visibly the Achilles in Hyde Park. She'd never before seen a living adult man's body. It was a revelation, though at present she had no idea what exactly had been revealed to her. She was too overheated and dizzy, and he was touching her again, too, moving his hands over her, exploring her body the way she explored his. He kissed her everywhere, and she followed his lead, kissing his neck and shoulders and every part of him she could reach. She could hear his breathing come harder and faster like hers. Her skin seemed to be on fire. She was hot inside, too. He stroked downward, over her belly and down between her legs, and she parted them shamelessly to his touch, opening herself entirely. She'd discovered an altogether new experience, and she wanted more. Her body trembled with the wanting. She felt him move, changing his position. His hand came away from her, and she nearly cried out. He said, "That's as much as I can stand, my lady." She heard fabric rustle, but she was too deranged to recognize it or care what it was. She cared only that he'd stopped touching her and moved away. She said, "Please don't stop yet." He muttered something about trousers. She realized he was taking them off. She wanted to look, she had an idea of what was coming, but shyness overwhelmed her and she couldn't. She kept her gaze to his upper body, his beautiful, not beautiful face. He said, his voice low and rough, "Before was the firstly and secondly. This is the thirdly. He came back to her and stroked between her legs. She felt him spreading her, but all she could do was squirm and tremble, her body obeying something that wasn't her brain. He pushed into her. "Oh," she said, startled, dismayed. Was it supposed to hurt? What had Mamma said? She couldn't remember. He was kissing her again, deeply, passionately. He was caressing her, squeezing her breasts. Pleasure surged once more, flooding her with heat. The craving, for whatever it was, returned, stronger than before. She was aware of him inside her, and though the initial hurt was subsiding, she wasn't quite comfortable. Yet somehow her body was trying to make it so, warming her and making her move. She heard him groan. "My girl, I'm not sure how much more of this—" "Wait! I think I'm getting the hang of it." He made a sound. Laughter and groan combined. Her head was spinning and her body had been taken over by a savage, but she tried to think what a lady could do. Put the guest at ease. "Yes, I'm quite well," she said, trying for dignity while her voice shook. "You may proceed, Mr. Radford." He laughed again in that pained way and kissed her again and again. Then he was moving inside her, and this stirred her up anew, more than before. She could feel her blood rushing through her veins, and her heart beating fast and very hard, and with these simple bodily sensations came such transcendent feelings, joy and surprise and warmth, and an overwhelming tenderness for him, and a craving, too, as primitive as hunger. She couldn't stop her hands from roaming over his body, down to his waist and below, even over his naked bottom. Longing swamped shyness, and she learned the shape and feel of the man she'd wed. She moved with him in the way she'd kissed him, taking his lead and learning as she went. The feelings grew stronger and stronger until she thought she'd burst. Wave upon wave of happiness seemed to carry her farther and farther toward a distant destination, as though she were a ship drawn to a barely glimpsed shore. Then all at once she was there. She shuddered and felt him shudder too, sweet sensations coursing through her. And after a time she seemed to float down from the wave's crest and fall into his arms. Contentment swept over her, and it seemed she'd come home at last, and she was safe on that other shore. Chapter 15. Richmond is a village in Surrey, 9 miles from London, and is certainly the finest, most luxuriant, and most picturesque spot in the British Dominions. Samuel Lee, New Picture of London, 1834. In time, Radford quieted. He was on the brink of falling asleep when a sound stirred his mind awake again. Rain. The day of his wedding had veered between sunlight and gloom, like his emotions in the weeks since he'd met her. Now rain beat against the windows. He remembered the rainy day when he'd climbed into the cab beside her, and the scent of Clara had enveloped him. Her scent was everywhere now, mingled with his and the scent of their love-making. She was in his arms, and she was warm and soft and perfect. His wife. His wife. He still couldn't take it in. In any case, he was too bone-weary to think. Cautiously he eased himself from her. Thinking she'd fallen asleep, he was about to draw her back into his arms, when he saw her eyes were wide open. She was staring up at the canopy. As he hesitated, completely at a loss for once, her gaze, still wide, came down to his face. "No wonder Mamma was tongue-tied," she said thickly. "How is one to explain something like that to somebody else? It's so personal." He stifled a groan. He'd wanted to be a good bridegroom. Nay, being who he was, he'd determined to be a superior one. He'd been near collapse with fatigue, yet he'd tried to stay awake while she spent eternity undressing. He would have liked to undress her, but knew it was wiser to leave that to the maid. In his state of exhaustion, he was bound to fumble as he tried to disassemble her complicated bridal attire. Fumbling was not permissible. This night had to be perfect for her, considering the life she'd abandoned for life with him. He'd resolved to make her first time as exciting, pleasurable, and free of pain as was humanly possible. He hadn't had the remotest idea how Herculean a task he'd set himself, trying to maintain control in the face of her innocence and willingness and tenderness, coupled with a beauty that made him breathless. No, never mind Hercules and his paltry labours. All the gods of Olympus working in concert would have struggled to restrain themselves in the circumstances. He'd used the last resources of his willpower to keep matters going until he felt sure she was ready. And all of that had gone well. He'd nearly died in the process, but she hadn't seemed to suffer much, even at the painful part. And for the rest of it she'd been open and passionate and loving. But now he could scarcely find the strength to breathe, and she wanted to talk. "Clara," he said. "Mr. Radford," she smiled. Ah, that smile! It could turn all a man's resolutions along with the brain holding them into melted butter. He said, "If you would allow me a short nap, half an hour, I should be glad to talk or do whatever you like. But at the moment—" "I know," she said. "You must be weary to death." "Not of you, I promise." "I should hope not," she said. "If, after all we've been through, you'd grown weary of me already, I should certainly kill you." "And no jury on earth would convict you, whether or not you batted your big blue eyes at them," he murmured, trying to keep his own eyes open. "Justifiable homicide, they'd say, and off you'd go, to kill another fellow and get away with it." "Well, men make up juries," she said. "I meant only that after the month you've had, it was a wonder you could remain standing for the nuptials. I know I should have kept my hands to myself and let you sleep, but you— Well, I'm not very disciplined, apparently. But yes, of course, we ought to sleep. I'm not sure, though. Do we sleep close together, or—" "Close together, if you don't mind." "Thank you, Mr. Radford. I have no objections. However, I shall have to follow your lead in this, too. I never slept with a man before." "Then we'll start with this." He pulled the bedclothes up over them and turned onto his side and drew her up against him. "Like spoons." "Yes, that's very nice," she said. He drew her closer, bringing her rump against his membrum virile, which promptly forgot how tired it was. "Oh," she said. "Pay him no heed," he said. "He has a tiny, tiny brain of his own, and that tiny brain is trying with all its might to kill me. I am a young and healthy man with a most desirable wife, but the brain in my head being larger, I realize that—" "Firstly," she said, and he heard the smile in her voice. "Firstly, a considerate husband gives his new bride time to recover," he said. "And secondly, I shall do a bad job in this state of weariness." For a moment she said nothing. Then, "I don't know anything," she said very quietly. "Luckily you married me. You'll learn everything correctly." "Everything," she repeated. "Everything you need to know," he said. "And possibly some things you don't need to know." He was looking forward to teaching her, far more than he would ever have guessed. He closed his eyes and savoured her warmth and softness, and in no time drifted into sleep. Later. The first thing Radford became aware of was warm, soft woman tucked up against him. At the realization, his body came fully awake and alert well before his mind took in the distinctive darkness that boded dawn. His mind caught up quickly enough. He had a great deal to think about. He had decisions to make. There was his father, who'd borne the wedding excitement well, but needed tranquility at present. The trouble was, Radford's marrying so high was sure to bring Radford relatives looking for favours. They'd latch on to the older man first, supposing he'd be more vulnerable. Radford needed to be nearer to his parents, and that raised the question of where he and Clara would live. Her friends and family had offered houses. Like the Duke of Clevedon, they all seemed to have a residence to spare. Though Radford had resisted the idea of asking his cousin for Malvern House, he couldn't let his pride rule in this case. It might be best for Clara, and best for the house, for that matter, not to stand empty. Still, it would cost heaven and earth to live there. While his income was well above what Lady Warford had imagined, The Marquis was less surprised, having used due diligence in all regards. It was not up to staffing and maintaining a palatial London residence. He needed a plan, and soon. Their stay with his parents was to be temporary. Yet he needed to be close at hand to deal with rampaging Radfords. Between London and Richmond there had to be something. In Kensington or another London suburb. And the bridal trip? He would not put that off indefinitely. He knew Clara wanted to visit the continent. Though she'd never said so outright, he'd discerned the longing in her eyes when anybody spoke of Paris or Venice or Florence. Others wouldn't see it, but to him it was as plain as the gold letters over the shop door spelling out Maison Noirot, where his bride had spent thousands of pounds, what her father would regard as pocket change. When the better weather arrived, then. Clara snuggled closer. His thoughts trailed away. He nuzzled her neck and slid his hand down along her arm and over to caress and cup her breast. She made an sound in her sleep. He trailed his hand down along the delicious inward curve of her waist, then over her belly and lower. She stirred in his arms. "Are we awake?" she murmured. "You don't have to be," he said. "I can manage this by myself. You don't have to move a muscle. That is, not more than a little." He stroked down over the sweet place between her legs. So soft she was, the feminine nest like silken threads over velvet. Heat tore through him, and his hand trembled. "This will probably not last as long as the first time," he said. "Oh, my goodness." She quivered under his touch and made small sounds in her throat, moans caught in sighs. He shifted her slightly to slide his knees between her legs. Not a fraction as long. Her beautifully rounded bottom rested on his thighs. The rush of desire darkened his mind, as though a storm bore down on it. Even though his wilder self was taking over, driving him, he tried not to hurry. He kissed the back of her neck and her shoulders and arms. He slid his hand along her thigh, upward over her belly and up to her breast, and down again, while he savoured the way she felt under his hands, and the way she responded, moving, murmuring, urging him on without realizing she was doing so. He couldn't get enough of touching her, and yet he had to have her now. In the storm of his mind, images swirled of the first time. Her innocence and understanding and tenderness and lust, too. She'd begun discovering herself as a woman, while he discovered her as his woman, his wife. His wife. He brought his hand down to ready her, and found her ready, damp to his touch and squirming under it. He stroked her, and heard the hitch in her breathing, the first small orgasm. He thrust into her. Oh, she was so tight, but giving way like water and surrounding him and moving with him, sensation heightening with every movement. The pleasure of it was at the edge of endurable. "I think you're getting the hang of it," he gasped into her ear. "Oh, my raven," she murmured. "I think you are, too." One choked laugh. Then he moved, stroking inward and drawing away, teasing a little at first, but soon finding himself beyond teasing. They found a rhythm to this, in the same way they'd found their own way to kiss, learning from each other, paying attention and caring. He cared beyond what he'd thought possible in himself. Because how could he not? She'd been meant for him and he for her, though this made no rational sense. But reason didn't signify. Reason belonged elsewhere. Here were a man and his new bride, and here affection mattered, and desire and pleasing her and pleasing himself. Their lovers' dance went faster and faster, and the world grew hotter and darker. And mindless though he was, he had a sense of their travelling headlong, two riders in a beautiful storm, faster and fiercer, until the storm caught them. He felt her shudder when she reached her peak, and felt his own body shake, too, as though he'd been struck by lightning. But it was love, only love, and for now nothing else mattered. The storm quieted, and he drew her into his arms, and once more they slept. "I can hear you thinking," she said. She wasn't sure what had woken her. It might have been the distant sounds of the household stirring, or the not-quite-silent steps of a maid entering to restore the fire, or the someone who'd come in at some point and drawn the curtains round the bed. Whatever had jarred her from sleep, sounds or awareness of daylight or something else altogether, she was awake and aware she wasn't the only one. "You can't hear me thinking," he said. "It's physically impossible." "It isn't. I can tell by the distracted way you're fondling my breast." "Your breast is distracting." She turned toward him. "Now it's more distracting because there are two of them in plain sight," he said. He ran his hand over first one, then the other. Heat and longing swirled through her. "And fine ones, too, by the way." "That's lucky. Since you married them." Though she spoke so boldly, she felt a flush spreading over her skin. She still wasn't used to being married. "So I did. Them and this." He stroked her belly. "And this." He moved his hand down and her breath caught. He took his hand away. "I'd better not start anything," he said. "I should have given you more time last night. The virgin body—" "I'm not a virgin anymore," she said. "I'm a married woman." "The newly initiated," he said, "need respite. Otherwise, sometimes, an irritation develops which can be quite uncomfortable. I've nursed you through one ailment, yes, but you were weak and helpless then. Even debilitated, you hit me, hard. This sort of thing could put you in a bad mood, and you might strike me with a blunt instrument. Even if there's no physical violence, you won't want me to touch you for months. Or ever again." "An irritation?" she said. "No one mentioned that." Not that Mamma had mentioned much of anything comprehensible. "And no one will have to mention it, if we can contrive to behave ourselves, more or less, until, well, at least later in the day. Though it would be better to wait until tonight. I was thinking of a candle-lit supper in front of the fire. Then I would prostrate myself at your feet and start licking your toes and work my way up." She shivered. "Is that what you were thinking?" "I had to do something to keep myself occupied, so I planned. The future." "Interesting plan so far," she said. "There were others along those lines, but I'd rather spring them on you unexpectedly," he said. There was a pause, a palpable pause, before he added, "I was thinking about more mundane matters, too." "I think you were doing too much thinking," she said. "But I suppose you can't help it, your brain being so large. It wants a good deal to keep it fueled and going. I reckon you must get bored more easily than other people." He came up onto one elbow and looked at her. "Yes. You'll have your hands full, keeping me excited." "I don't remember anything about that in the marriage vows," she said. "There was obey. I noticed that came first, but I privately added a lengthy footnote to that item." "This surprises me not at all. But there was the part about serving me." "It, too, needed a footnote. Then love and honour and keeping you and sticking with you and nobody else. I remember all those. But I don't recall the minister mentioning anything about keeping you excited." "That was the serve part. It had an asterisk and some fine print." "I did not hear any fine print." "You weren't listening very closely. You closed your eyes once or twice." "I was trying not to cry." "I should hope so. At that point it was too late for regrets." "Don't be thick," she said. "I nearly cried because of all the feelings. I wanted to laugh, too. But a lady does not indulge in vulgar emotions at her own wedding in front of all the wedding guests, especially when they include royalty. I hope you didn't mind them too much. Mamma had to have them. For the show." "I know," he said, pretending she was delighted with your choice of mate. "Clara, your mother is not entirely, or even very much, misguided, you know." She sat up. She had an idea what was in his mind. They would have to settle some things sooner or later, but this morning the sun seemed to be shining, and it was the day after her wedding, and her husband had made perfect love to her. Twice. The arguments could wait for later. She gave a regal wave of her hand. "I'm not in a humour to talk about my mother. I'm starting to feel hungry, and everybody will tell you I become cantankerous if not fed promptly." She raised an autocratic eyebrow, in the way her grandmother used to do. "I trust your plans include a delectable breakfast for your wife, Mr. Radford?" The argument started in the afternoon, in the course of a drive in Richmond Park. The drive, if not the dispute, was meant to keep them occupied for a time. Then they'd dine somewhere in the vicinity, after which they'd need to find something else to do, to while away the long hours before the promised supper. Since debate with Radford demanded all of Clara's mental resources, it was an excellent way to keep her mind from dwelling on what the supper entertainment would entail. Her husband drove her cabriolet. Like Davis, it, along with her horse and tiger, had come with her into the marriage. Naturally, he drove to an inch, even though the vehicle had been tailored for her, and the seat wasn't the right height for his more long-legged self. But this could hardly incommode him. He drove perfectly because, of course, he would have studied the art of driving in the same intently focused and thorough way he studied everything else. Facial expressions, the precise distance from here to there, and the amount of time required to cover the distance, identifying marks on silver, and so on and so on. Raven Radford was a walking encyclopedia. Clara was hopelessly infatuated with his intellect. Yes, of course she loved his body, and had admired it even when she had only a hint of what it could do to hers. Still, she was only in the early stages of physical appreciation. His brain was a longer acquaintance. It had captured her attention perhaps from the first day she'd met him, at Vauxhall. It stimulated her, challenged her, and demanded her utmost. It excited her to match wits with it, and to match her will against his. "Malvern House?" she said with calm curiosity, when she wanted to shriek, "Have you lost your mind? The wondrous mind I love?" She silently thanked her years of ladyship training in self-control. "It stands empty," he said. "I'm not surprised," she said, while she tried to fathom what was in his wondrous mind. "The last tenant was a visiting foreign princeling, one of the rare royal cousins who aren't impoverished. One needs a ducal income to maintain and staff it. But other dukes have their own London residences." "Bernard hates London, and doesn't care what becomes of anything or anybody but himself," he said. "The house is handsome and spacious." "Spacious enough to want at the bare minimum a staff of 30 servants," she said. "You know Malvern House, then?" "Of course I know it. Ducal residences formed a part of my studies. I know what it takes to run them, certainly." "I thought it would suit you," he said. She looked at him. Even owning an enormous brain, he could be as obtuse at times as ordinary men. "My dear Mr. Radford, oh light of my life," she said. He gave her a sharp glance, and she caught the slight twitch of his mouth. "Yes, my precious one." "Were you not attending on that day in Mr. Westcott's office when I engaged in high drama? Did you forget my splendid imitation of my mother in one of her more highly strung moments? Did the rant about my life simply pass through your brain like a puff of air through an open louver?" "I remember it all vividly," he said. "And probably word for word," she said. "And so I'm puzzled. After witnessing that explosion, what leads your powers of logic to think of placing me in Malvern House?" "You can't live in chambers," he said. "I don't see why not." She could see very well why not, but she wanted to understand what had set him on this path. "For the reasons you gave in the course of the drama," he said. "You don't know how to put on your stockings, and untying your bonnet is uphill work." "I have Davis for that," she said. His mouth twitched more visibly. "What amuses you?" she said. "You, my, treasure," he said. "You come to me with your dashing cabriolet, your splendid horse to draw it, and your tiger to look after the ensemble." The cabriolet represented freedom and a sort of power. "If you minded, you ought to have said so," she said. "I don't mind in the least," he said. "Driving provides exercise in the open air, requires a level of skill stimulating to the brain, and allows a measure of independence. I never wished for you to leave your vehicle or your near and dear servants behind. This, however, is merely one aspect of the life you're accustomed to." "I didn't like that life," she said evenly. "It was stifling me." "Oh, jewel in the crown of my happiness," he said. "That much I perfectly comprehend. It doesn't change the fact of your having spent your life wrapped in cotton wool, as you acknowledged. You've no notion what it's like not to have an army of servants at your beck and call. Do you expect Davis to do your laundry, or even take it to the laundress? Who'll prepare your meals, and see to the clearing and washing up after?
Not Davis, she said. A lady's maid never performed such lowly tasks. But you have a woman who comes in to clean.
She cleans after a fashion, he said. But let's talk about cooking.
No lady can cook, she said tightly. We're not allowed near the kitchen. Among other things, the servants take great offence at such intrusions. We can, however, plan menus and direct the housekeeper and send notes to the cook and such.
Then who'll make your ladyship's delectable meals? He said. My father has a French cook, thanks to my mother, who's civilized him over the years. But Westcott and I go to the nearest chop-house, or send there for meals, depending on how busy we are, and our enthusiasm for venturing into the streets in foul weather.
It would make a vastly interesting change, she said. It sounds cosy and intimate, and I should enjoy not having servants constantly hovering and watching and listening. They're not nearly as invisible as people like to believe.
You might have mentioned wishing to be cosy and intimate with Westcott, he said. I had no idea.
I know as well as you do that larger living quarters are available for married gentlemen, she said.
Even so, we might grow crowded, what with Westcott popping in when the whim takes him to plague me with desperate clients. And let's not forget Davis and the groom Coulson. They'll need room. Even now, if he's listening.
Coulson doesn't possess your inhumanly sharp senses, she said. Firstly, the carriage hood is up, muffling conversation. Secondly, the horse, the carriage wheels, and the outside world are far from silent.
However he learns of it, Radford said. As soon as your groom catches wind of any plans to move to chambers in the temple, he'll look for another position. You may be willing to come down 100 steps in the world, but Coulson, I promise you, will not like giving up his comfortable berth at Warford House.
She gave a dismissive wave of her hand. The point is moot, in any event. Oh, sun on my horizon, you know as well as I that chambers won't accommodate a spoiled child like your wife. Malvern House is beyond our means. Why do we even mention these absurd extremes?
I rather fancy you in Malvern House, he said. It would be like your marrying my cousin without marrying him. You'd have a proper scope for your mind, training, and talents.
Looking after you will offer more than enough scope, she said. I'm encouraged to know your breed is civilizable, though I suspect the process is a slow one, wanting cunning as well as patience.
It wants a woman of unusually strong will. I believe you're qualified.
I know I am, she said. Else I wouldn't have married you. My dear learned friend, may we view the problem logically?
Sometimes, when you're by, my logic runs amok, he said, especially when thoughts cross my mind about what I'm going to do to you at a more opportune time.
Like some exotic vine, tendrils of heat wrapped about her. To cool her senses, she looked about her at the wild splendor of the park, green even at this bleak time of year. Though so many trees had shed their leaves, the evergreens and hardier shrubs brightened the landscape. I know what this is, she said. It's a ploy to make me witless.
Is it working?
To a point.
Then let's make for that cluster of shrubbery and misbehave in a furtive manner, he said. Although,
Although, she said, more than a little disappointed.
Feel free to gaze at me adoringly, or at your gloves, he said. But don't scrutinize your surroundings too closely. Somebody near the shrubbery is behaving furtively.
She gazed up at him, focusing on the errant black curl emerging from under his hat. Another couple? She said.
Only one person, he said, and one very much out of his element.
Radford had sensed the movement and casually glanced that way. At first he'd thought he'd spotted a deer or dog or squirrel darting among the trees and shrubbery. Now he was sure the figure was human, but small. A boy, most likely, given his agility. As the carriage continued its leisurely pace, the boy dashed from his place to hide behind an immense tree trunk. He was fast. Had Radford not been as keenly noticing as he was, he would have missed their watcher. Out of his element? His wife gazed up at him in an adoring manner so patently theatrical he could hardly keep in countenance. Oh, light of my life! She truly was entertaining. He's good at skulking, and he's fast, he said. He may merely be a boy amusing himself by spying on couples in the park or playing at some game, or he may be up to no good. But the glimpse I had... He reflected. He'd caught something familiar about the way their stalker moved. I thought I'd seen him before, but one sees so many boys. The clothes, though. Those seemed wrong for a child from hereabouts. And he seems to be on his own. Children of the middling and upper classes are unlikely to wander this immense park or anywhere else unattended. At the very least, a boy would have a pack of friends with him. Not that I'm positive it was a boy. It might have been a small, nimble man. We're near a turning that will take us more deeply into the park, she said. If he follows us, that stretch of road will give you better opportunities to see him. There are a few large gaps between the trees and such. He'll need to break cover, and you can watch him out of the corner of your eye. He was already watching out of the corner of his eye, although his beautiful wife offered strong competition for his attention. The deep green cloak she wore was styled merveilleux, she had informed him. The capes, ubiquitous in women's dress for both day and night, were in the exaggerated shape of a man's coat collar and trimmed in velvet. The gigantic sleeves of her dress were barely visible through openings in the cape's sleeves. These were rather like tent openings through which she could extend her hands without disturbing the outer layer. A relatively small rose acacia branch sprouted from the top of her pink hat. That, a ruffled collar atop the cloak collar, and a bow or two here and there constituted the sole decoration. The look was altogether spare and severe compared to her normal level of party cake decoration, yet it seemed as frivolously feminine as everything else she wore. He looked forward to the fun of taking it off, though he might have to knock Davis unconscious first. But later. At present another sort of clothes needed consideration. Their watcher's attire and movement had signalled London. Why, Radford wasn't yet certain. Sometimes he saw things before he truly saw them. This wasn't easy to explain in rational terms. He didn't attempt to account for the phenomenon to himself. He simply heeded it. He followed her direction and turned into the road leading to the old lodge. You know the park, he said. Grandmamma Warford drove her own carriage, she said. She used to take me on outings. Richmond Park and Hampton Court were two favourite destinations. She had friends in both places, and I loved them. They were so much bolder and... She allowed one slender, gloved hand to emerge through one of the tent openings, and made the sort of vague gesture people made when words wouldn't come to their rescue. I'm not sure if there's a simple way to describe them. They weren't afraid to be clever. They could be sharp-witted and sharp-tongued indeed. They spoke their minds more freely. It might have been one of the privileges of age, but I know too that her generation was not nearly so straight-laced as mine. They were more plain-spoken, and not so tame, according to my father, he said. He's of an earlier generation, but I think the description applies. Yes, he reminds me a little of her, she said. Why don't we live hereabouts, nearer to your parents? You could retain your chambers as a pied-à-terre when you need to be in court. Father liked her. Mother did too, though she wasn't at all easy about the marriage. All the same. I've been riding back and forth to Richmond this age, he said. But why should you? She said. Why shouldn't you be nearer? Your father isn't well, and you may not have much time left with him. He looked at her. It was hard to believe sometimes that so much character and kindness and quickness of intellect lurked under the wildly frivolous dress. He looked away. He needed to keep one surreptitious eye on their follower, and he needed to keep his wits about him. My father won't appreciate my hovering about him, he said. It'll offend not only his pride, but his sense of logic and practicality. Then let's find a logical and practical middle ground, she said. Maybe something nearer to him without being quite out of London.
The slowest part of the journey is getting out of London, he said. After Hyde Park Corner, the congestion abates somewhat. As long as one is not travelling at the same time the mail coaches set out, the way tends to be clear, and one can move at a fair clip. I vow sometimes the short stretch of Fleet Street is the longest part of the journey, all the damned lawyers cluttering up the place, not to mention that medieval obstruction, Temple Bar. Then let's look at one of the villas near Marchmont House, she said. The Duke of Marchmont's great old Jacobean mansion stood on the western edge of Kensington. If you're sure you don't want to play Duchess of Malvern, he said, and keep a ducal retinue at your beck and call. Ah, there he is. A boy, not a small man. He was less certain about the clothes. He needed a closer look, but they seemed to be of good quality. Second-hand. There's something familiar about him, but I might have seen him anywhere. One of the scores of boys pouring out of Freem's lair during the raid? Or, quite as likely, one of thousands of boys like them. Even with a closer look, Radford might not recognize him. New boys appeared all the time, while others disappeared. They ran away, joined different gangs in different neighbourhoods, changed allegiances, died. Some even found honest work. He shrugged. He may be harmless. Perhaps he simply marvelled at your dress and followed us in order to report to his disbelieving friends. He might have been lurking in the vicinity for some time, Clara said. I know some of the scandal sheets employ nondescript persons to follow quarry and report. They've been keeping a close watch on me for months. This was a reasonable assumption, too, but the sense of trouble remained. Blast, he said. Then I'd better not debauch you in the park. You told me we needed to take a rest from debauchery, she said. Until tonight. I forgot, he said. This drive has turned out more exciting than I'd expected. Danger is known to be an aphrodisiac. I didn't know that, she said. Maybe we'd better go home, he said. I can take a cold bath. And our follower? He can drown himself in the pond for all I care. Chapter 16. On one side of me lay a wood, than which nature cannot produce a finer, and on the other the Thames, with its shelvy bank and charming lawns, rising like an amphitheatre, along which, here and there, one espies a picturesque white house, aspiring in majestic simplicity to pierce the dark foliage of the surrounding trees, thus studding, like stars in the galaxy, the rich expanse of this charming vale. Sweet Richmond. Kitson Cromwell Thomas. Excursions in the County of Surrey, 1821. But Radford didn't drive home. He couldn't. Not yet. This was a mystery. To drive away with no answers, not even a clue, was unthinkable. Even after he decided to take a longer route, the boy trailed them through the park and did an exceptional job of finding cover or disappearing into the scenery. Another man might simply stop the vehicle and give chase, or find another way of cornering their watcher. Radford wasn't another man. Are you lost? Clara said. He treated her to a raised eyebrow. Right, she said. You'd probably have to make a special effort to get lost. I might be able to do it in an unfamiliar place after dark, he said. Though the sun is sinking, we've light yet, and I know this park well. If I didn't, I'd rely on you. It's the boy. I didn't think you could leave it alone. No, it's a curse at times, he said. Here I am, newly wed, eager to debauch my bride. But no, I must play cat and mouse with a brat from the London streets, or at any rate a brat from streets of some kind. He's too quick and cunning to be an ordinary child. I know you have an excellent reason for not stopping the vehicle and giving chase. 2, he said. Firstly, she said. He looked at her. She looked at him, her expression sober, her blue eyes glinting with laughter. He said, If he's the type I'm sure he is, he has a better-than-even chance of outrunning me. Such boys learn speed at an early age. He's smaller than I and closer to the ground. Youth, size, and gravity are on his side.
Secondly,
thank you, my dear, for helping with the counting.
She laughed. What a sound! Easy, unaffected. It was a sound like the look of sun breaking through clouds. And there was the chipped tooth, her little battle scar.
Secondly, all I'll gain from a confrontation is the exercise of chasing him, he said. I could shake him, dangle him upside down from a high window, threaten him with the authorities, bribe him, or subject him to the tortures of the Inquisition. The most likely responses are defiance, silence, or Cockney humour.
The way the boys answered when I asked for Toby, she said. She went on to mimic them with surprising accuracy, and he realized he'd only begun to discover her.
He said, Instead, I'm going to test his stamina. Odds are I'll get a better look at him, and that ought to jog my memory as to what's familiar about him.
Radford led the spy hither and yon until twilight, when he drove into Richmond.
Let's pay a visit to the Talbot Inn, he said. We can order an early and leisurely dinner. We'll see whether he's waiting for us when we come out.
How very interesting this day is turning out to be, she said, in so many ways.
Not quite what I'd planned, he said. I meant to take you farther afield, where the locals wouldn't recognize Raven Radford and his beautiful high-born bride. But you're used to people, especially men, staring, and we can claim a private dining parlour. Mainly it'll be the waiters gawking at us and trying to eavesdrop, or trying to memorize your dress, to astonish their wives and sisters.
Clara thought this was a wonderful way to spend the time before the supper and education in marital intimacy he'd promised. To dine at an inn while setting a trap for a spy, or at least deducing a clue or two, was a most satisfactory, not at all ordinary way to start a marriage. Whatever trials and tribulations lay ahead, she did not believe boredom or suffocation would play a part. Squirrel hadn't ever had to deal with Raven, like some others. He hated him just as much as the others did, though. Chiver was the one who saved Squirrel when he was near beat to death, and Chiver was the one who took him into the gang and gave him the first full meal he'd ever had. Now Chiver was dead, and everybody knew the police raid was Raven's doing. Squirrel hated this place, too. Trees everywhere, and hills like mountains, and the bloody great park. But he had to be here. Husher stole clothes for him and got money from somebody, he didn't say who or how, to pay for the hackney Squirrel had travelled in, because Jacob needed a spy, and Squirrel was the only one Raven wouldn't recognize.
Stick close, and tell me what he does and where he goes, Jacob had told him. Then we'll find a way to get him, so nobody will ever know what happened to him. We'll do for him, and slide him quiet into the river.
And he'd laughed. How he'd laughed! Yes, it was all great larks to Jacob, but he wasn't the one running after a carriage through trees and mountains, and the carriage going on, round and round. Squirrel had never been outside of London, and this was like a foreign country. Everything smelled wrong, even in the village, which wasn't like a proper town at all. Now Raven and his long Meg were in the inn, and could be in there for hours, in the warm, eating and drinking, while Squirrel stood outside and froze and starved and took care nobody noticed him. It was a cold and windy night, but he had to stand away from the inn's warmth because he had to keep clear of the lamps and lighted windows. Raven had sharp eyes, everybody knew, but he'd never met up with Squirrel, and it better stay that way. He waited in the stable yard. The ones who worked here were too busy to bother about him. Other sorts loitered here and gossiped. He could tell what they were. A pickpocket or two, maybe, and some girls whose kind he knew. But he didn't know who to trust, so he kept out of their way. Had to learn how to do that a long time ago, didn't he? Unless he was looking for black eyes or broken bones. Then Raven came out, and Squirrel had to move fast, behind a wagon. The lawyer talked to one of the stablemen. Squirrel didn't move, and tried not to breathe. It was dark, but they said Raven had sharp ears, too. Sharp everything. Too sharp by half. But Jacob and Husher would dull him down, and he wouldn't be hearing or seeing anything ever again. A woman who'd been loitering in the yard sauntered to the carriage as Radford was about to climb into his seat. She murmured something to him in a language vaguely like English. Not enough like it, though, for Clara to understand. Whatever the woman had to say earned her a coin from Radford, though it didn't make him linger.
"I'll give our follower credit," he said as they drove out of the inn yard. "His reflexes are top-notch, and he's good at making himself inconspicuous. But not to her."
"I didn't know you had informants in Richmond as well as London," Clara said.
"Milly used to ply her trade in London," Radford said. "She helped me now and again. When she ended up in the criminal court for the 5th time, I saved her from transportation. The judge's condition for leniency was she was never again to appear at the Old Bailey. Since one couldn't expect her to make a new life in her old haunts, I helped her move here."
"Has she made a new life?" Clara said.
"She married one of the stablemen. She takes in laundry and mending. She helps at the inn. Hard work, but easier than what she used to do. Safer, too, and better conditions overall. Regular meals, a roof over her head, and a man who treats her well. She's a help to him and to the inn in other ways. She's good at spotting potential troublemakers, a survival skill acquired during her previous career. She was about to report the boy when she saw me come out to speak to her husband."
"I could not understand a word she said," Clara said. "It sounded like a proposition, and I did wonder at her boldness when I was sitting in the carriage. Not easy to overlook."
"She used that tone to keep our spy from suspecting she'd been spying on him." Radford gave a short laugh. "This hasn't been the most romantic evening, but at least we've had an entertaining game of cat and mouse."
"It seemed romantic to me," Clara said.
"What? Half of Richmond descending on the Talbot Inn to get a close look at my bride? The servants seizing every thin excuse to visit our private dining parlour, though the innkeeper himself insisted on attending us?"
"It was romantic because we played cat and mouse with our watcher," Clara said. "And because you assumed I'd enjoy the game too. And because he'd told her during dinner what he was thinking, and what theories he formulated about the boy. Because he listened to her theories and answered her questions without calling her simple-minded more than once or twice, and then with the affectionate humour that warmed her."
"I knew you'd object to being kept out of it," he said.
"What did she say then?"
"She noticed him because he behaved suspiciously. He'd kept to the darkest parts of the yard, but at one point a carriage drove in and the lantern light caught him. He was small and thin, a runt, like 1,000 other boys she's known. She said he had a pronounced misalignment of his jaw."
"Pronounced misalignment? Milly said that?"
"I translated," he said. "She sketched his profile in the air with her finger and said he had a rat face, from which I deduced buck teeth, but he had very full cheeks. As she put it, he looked like he was saving nuts in them. Though he was better dressed than boys from her old London neighbourhoods, she said he was one of their kind. When she saw him scurry to hide behind a wagon when I came out, she arrived at a logical conclusion."
"Whoever he is, if he's kept it up for all this time at night in this cold, one may assume he isn't doing it for fun," Clara said. "He's doing it for pay, or hasn't a choice."
"I'd rather see him for myself," Radford said. "The description fits no boy I ever met. There are thousands I haven't met, though I do wonder why he seems familiar."
"He could be someone you saw in passing and had no reason to pay attention to."
He shrugged. "Possibly. If he follows us to the house, I'll accost him. By now he'll be tired and cold. Hungry, too, unless he carried food with him. Even so, cold and fatigue would be enough to slow him."
But within a few minutes of their leaving the inn,
Radford said, "He's gone."
Clara knew better than to ask, "Are you sure?" She said, "I was looking forward so much to your accosting and interrogating him. I would have helped."
"Despair not, O Queen of all realms of my life," Radford said. "Maybe he'll be back tomorrow. Tonight, meanwhile, I believe I'll interrogate you, quite closely, instead."
That night. She made him wait. Radford's bride wanted a long soak in a hot bath, she said. She suggested he read a book. Clearly his lady needed no instructions for developing her skills in the marital arts. The undisciplined being who lived in his brain quivered with anticipation. Banishing the over-eager inner self, he took a leisurely bath too. No reason in the world to hurry. They had all the night ahead of them. He could use the time to plan, and not think about the blasted boy, their shadow. Nothing could be done about him tonight, and it was a waste of mental energy to think about him. He pushed Millie's runt with the stuffed cheeks into one of the cupboards of his mind, and shut and locked the door. His lady offered a far more agreeable topic for meditation. After his bath, he donned a dressing gown and slippers, and, shockingly, nothing else. She might wear all the clothes she liked. All the more fun taking them off. He made his way to their place of rendezvous, the sitting room, and thought about taking her clothes off, and how best to accomplish this, and what else he could do to keep things interesting. Eventually their supper arrived. It was the light collation she'd asked for. Cold meats and pastries, fruit and cheese and such. A footman, having erased his face of all expression, set it out on a small table by the fire. When he'd arranged everything to a nicety, he quietly vanished. Radford got up and replaced one chair with a cushioned one. He collected other cushions and placed them nearby. This was something he preferred to do himself. In fact, he preferred to do most things himself. That would have to change a bit. Among other things, he'd need more servants in his married life. He didn't mind the expense. Firstly, it was for Clara's benefit. Secondly, he could afford it without hardship. Not a ducal retinue, but a handful, certainly. What he minded was having them underfoot. Still, his father had adapted. So could the son. He was willing to be civilized. To a point. Clara entered the sitting room, and for a moment he stopped breathing. She wore a cream-coloured lot of froth, nothing like a normal dressing gown. He supposed the nightdress under it was even more abnormal, thanks to the French dressmakers. Though it covered her completely, with ruffles and lace at the neck and fluttering down the front opening, which fastened with ribbon ties, he noted. The fabric was thin, and the cut cunningly devised to show all the glorious contours of her body. "Do you think that's entirely fair?" he said, gesturing at her. "Don't you like it?" she said. "Let me see. Turn around. Slowly." She did. He swallowed a groan, and another. When she faced him again, she gave 2 slow, sleepy blinks and said, "What do you think?" He said, "Very nice. Let's take it off." Clara had gone to a great deal of trouble getting into the ensemble. That was to say, Davis had done all the tying and hooking and muttering about French dressmakers. It took Radford very little time to get it off, though he never seemed to hurry. But his hands, those clever, agile hands, worked so quickly and smoothly. In 2 heartbeats, it seemed, she was wearing nothing at all. Then he sank to his knees, and down, further, and then it was his tongue and his hands on her bare skin, teasing and heating her. Her knees weakened and her legs shook, and he said gruffly, "Perhaps your ladyship would like to sit down." She'd like to lie down, but the chair was nearest, and her knees were buckling, and she dropped into it and gasped, "Good heavens!" He returned his mouth and tongue and hands to their work. Soon her spine gave way, and she began to slide from the chair. As she began to sink helplessly downward, he pulled nearby cushions onto the floor for her to land on. She said, voice as thick as her mind, "I'm not sure I can survive this. Oh!" "I promised to worship you with my body," he said. "I said it in front of everybody." His tongue. His wicked tongue. His hands. His artful hands. He made every inch of her quiver, inside and outside. He caressed her and kissed her. He suckled her, and she thought she'd scream with the pleasure of it, and the madness, too, knocking away all her ladiness and the veneer of civilization, and letting loose a wanton. And at last, when she thought she'd die of wanting him, he gave himself to her. His body joined hers, and he moved with her in the way that now seemed so completely right and natural, the union of body and soul she'd been waiting for all her life. She had only the dimmest sense before of what she'd been waiting for, but she had it now, she knew. With my body I thee worship. Yes, he'd said that yesterday. Was it only yesterday? And this is forever, she thought, the last coherent thought she had. Then the moment came, the peak of joy she'd so recently discovered, and she swam into forever and floated there in his arms until she drifted into a sweet, soft darkness and slept. A maid had delivered their morning coffee and cleared away last night's debris, and Radford had expected to go down to breakfast, as one usually did. But shortly after the maid, the footman reappeared, this time with breakfast. He set it on the table before the fire, reinvigorated the fire, and departed. Clara, emerging from her dressing-room in a more demure dressing gown than she'd worn last night, said, "Oh, how kind of your mother." She blushed. "She wanted us to have a bit more privacy." "That isn't wise," he said. "The more privacy we have, the more likely I am to take advantage in lewd and unseemly ways." They'd both forgotten to worry about irritations, and the debaucheries had continued into the early morning hours. "If that happens, we won't have time for me to dress to go out again and help you lead our follower on a merry chase," she said. "Well, not so merry for him, I suppose." He must have looked as torn as he felt, because she laughed and said, "My dear, we have all the time in the world for love-making, but we don't want our follower to give up in despair before we can get to the bottom of the mystery, do we?" And so they had their private breakfast, after which she went away for the lengthy process of donning a carriage dress. Able to dress in a quarter of the time, though unaided by a valet, a domestic addition he supposed he ought to arrange for soon, he whiled away the time thinking about possibilities for their future residence, and calculating the cost of furnishing a house suitably, and children. Since it was only logical to expect them, one must include them in the calculations. Life was growing a great deal more complicated. It was early afternoon before they went downstairs. The butler met them at the bottom of the stairs and told them they were wanted in the library. Mr. Westcott had come, he said. "Who the devil invited him?" Radford said, his heart sinking. Westcott would not have returned to Richmond so soon unless he had urgent business. Curse him. Radford wasn't ready for business. But he had to be, he reminded himself. He had a wife he needed to support in a manner somewhat resembling what she was accustomed to. "Drat the fellow," he said as they walked to the drawing-room. "Did I not tell you he'd be endlessly popping in on this whim or that with one cursed document or another, or a client in dire need of me at the most inconvenient times?" "I'm sure he wouldn't be here if it weren't important," she said. "That's the trouble," he said. "It's going to be important, and I'll have to attend to it, whatever it is. Ah, well. You were the one who wanted to marry a barrister. It seems we'll have to put our mystery aside, after all." Minutes later. Father half reclined on his sofa as usual, near the fire. Mother sat beside him in her usual place. Westcott, who'd occupied a chair on the other side of the fireplace, rose when Clara entered. Everybody looked angry. This was odd, an oddness that didn't bode well. Father took up from the table in front of him a heavy document bearing a familiar seal. "Westcott brought this," he said. "Express. From Glenore Castle. Bernard, drat him. What now?" "I told Bernard's man of business as well as his secretary to address all correspondence to me, as you and I agreed was wisest," Radford said. It was absurd to disturb George Radford's retirement with business matters Radford and Westcott could easily handle. Only Bernard wrote directly to Father these days, but not often. He reserved his long, tedious, boastful letters for his dear little Raven. "It went to Westcott, but it was addressed to me, as it was required to be," Father said. "Your cousin, blast him!" He broke off, glaring at the letter. "What's he done now?" Radford said.
"That's what he's done."
His father threw the letter down on the table in front of him. Radford looked down. A weight settled in his chest. The legal hand, the verbosity, the seal.
"Dead," said his father. "Dead, dead, dead."
Chapter 17. Duke, in Latin dux arducendo, signifying the leader of an army, noblemen being anciently either generals and commanders of armies in time of war, or wardens of marches and governors of provinces in peace. This is now the first rank of the nobility. Debrett's Peerage, 1831. Through the noise in his head, Radford was aware of Westcott speaking, apologizing, to Clara. "I'm so sorry to be the bearer of this shocking news," he was saying. "I must beg your ladyship to be seated." "Do sit down, child," said Mother. "You're white." Radford looked away from the ghastly document to his wife. Though she had her screen in place, the colour had drained from her face. He discerned other small signs of distress, the slight tremble of her lips and hands. "Very surprised, that's all," she said. "But I promise you I won't faint."
"I might," he said. "Do sit, Clara. Westcott has left his comfortable seat by the fire for you, and he'll feel better about ruining your honeymoon if you'd at least deprive him of the chair."
She gave Radford one quick, anguished look, then sat. She composed herself. "I beg your pardon. I can't quite take it in. Does the letter say how it happened?" He couldn't quite take it in, either. He could scarcely think, his brain clamoured so. He made himself stare at the paper in his hand until the blur of ink resolved into words. He scanned the pages.
"The news runs rather longer than my father's announcement," he said. "A lawyer wrote it, that's why," Father said. "You'd better translate for your lady, son. I can't bring myself to repeat the story. Too infuriating."
"Better you don't, my dear," Mother said. Better Father didn't indeed. He was badly shaken, though anger seemed to be displacing shock. All the same, any strong emotion debilitated him. Even Radford felt as though somebody had struck him with a club. Naturally, logic had allowed for the possibility of Bernard's dying young. This awareness had always hung in the back of Radford's mind, especially lately, since the other Radford men had become deceased so unexpectedly. But the idea had hung very far in the back of his mind. Beyond question, Bernard was obese and a drunkard. Radford had warned him about damage to his liver, among other health concerns. But overindulgence rarely caught up with a man so early in life. England abounded in men like Bernard, and they lived into old age. The previous king, a glutton who swilled drink and laudanum by the gallon, lived into his 60s, 30 years old. It made no sense, yet it had to make sense because here it was, written in a legal hand on costly paper, page after page of it. Radford read it through once, picking out the essentials, then once more, translating and condensing the lawyerly convolutions for his wife.
"He'd been hunting," he said. "A large party, including his chosen lady. It seems he'd come out of a wood and to the edge of a steep bank. It had rained hard the day before, and the stream below was swollen. Oh, and better. He was riding a hunter he'd bought very recently, to impress the lady, I don't doubt. A new horse, slick ground. And of course he was near blind drunk, though one obtains only a glimpse of the fact through all the careful verbiage dancing about it."
He turned a page and frowned.
"Since he got separated from the others, we have no eyewitnesses. No way to be sure whether he tried to leap the stream and his mount balked, or the animal was game, but Bernard's weight and the wet conditions undermined the jump. In any event, given the horse's superficial scratches and coating of mud, it's clear the creature slipped and went over the edge. The hunt party found Bernard in the water with a gash in his head.
Either he'd hit his head and the blow killed him, or he'd hit his head, lost consciousness, and drowned before he could be rescued. The doctor who examined him afterwards said the blow killed him. "He would," Father said. "The victim was a duke. Most physicians would choose the explanation most liable to absolve others in the party of fault or guilt. No one could have saved him, in other words, even had they reached him sooner, or heaved him out of the water more quickly. I'd better examine the body myself," Radford said, "and question the doctor." "You'd better," his father said, "and without loss of time." The wives were too wise to ask, "What difference does it make?" In the great scheme of things, exactly how Bernard had died didn't matter. Dead was dead, and their world had changed irrevocably. But in the minds of the Radford men, uncertainty had to be put to rest. Moreover, solving the puzzle would settle one's mind. "I could forgive him more easily had it been purely an accident," Father said. "But this is so like his stupidity and arrogance. He should never have mounted a horse, any horse for any purpose, when deeply intoxicated. He couldn't think clearly at the best of times. Naturally, he'd overestimate his skill and underestimate his weight. We ought to be grateful he didn't maim or kill his horse, or any innocent bystanders." "However it happened, I'm very sorry," Clara said, her voice clear and level. "I'd hoped he'd marry the lady, and would be happy, and she would make something of him." Everyone looked at her, and Radford was startled to discover his throat was closing, and his eyes itched. Grief? Over Bernard? No. It was the shock, that was all. If anything, the grief was a perfectly rational one, for the life he was about to lose. His career, especially. Clara understood, the look she'd sent him. It was selfish of him, yes, to repine the loss of his career when he would gain so much. Yet he was human, and even normal and less selfish human beings resented having their plans disrupted. He felt grief, too, for his father, whom he'd wanted to shield from Bernard and the others, from the dukedom's problems and demands. And yet, here was the madness and the difficulty of it. Radford was pleased for his bride. He would be able to give her the life she ought to have and was always meant for. She went on, "What you told me about him led me to believe he had potential to be better than he had been. And then there were the gifts." Radford could barely make sense of what she said. He was preoccupied with wrestling his emotions into submission. "I know it will seem a small thing," she said, "but it seemed to me he had taste, or at least cared enough to charge somebody with taste to choose our wedding gifts. Generous choices, too, and such beautiful things. The tea and coffee service, with scenes from the Odyssey. You said it might have been a private joke, because you'd provoked him with quotations from Homer once upon a time." Radford came back to the moment, and his mind painted a vivid picture of the wedding gifts. He'd briefly wondered at the extravagant choice, and allowed for the possibility, slim though it was, that Bernard had softened a degree. Perhaps he was, if not in love, in unusually good humour on account of his new lady. "And the Sèvres, with the Olympians," Clara said. Apart from the brief and quickly forgotten surmise about motives and state of mind, Radford had not, in fact, given the wedding gifts much thought, except to wonder where they would put everything. Now he considered the splendid gifts Bernard had sent, when he had every reason to send nothing at all to a distant cousin, who, in his view, had never done anything but bother him.
"Dear little Raven. Why, Raven's got a sweetheart. What do you know?"
Of all people, drunken Bernard had known. He'd lent his travelling chariot and postilion for Radford's hasty return to London. Could this have been the drunken boor's way of expressing thanks, or at least appreciation, for his despised cousin's coming to his rescue? Or had he found the idea of Raven having a sweetheart so hilarious, he'd encouraged it simply for the fun of the thing? One would never know. Radford gave a short laugh, though his irrational self wanted to weep. He must have been deeply impressed when he learned I'd won a beautiful lady of high rank. He probably thought I did it through some lawyer's trick. Very likely the gifts were meant to be a consolation prize for you." "I thought it extremely generous of him," she said, "considering he might have had me for himself, if not for your wicked lawyerly wiles." Radford explained to his parents his wife's threat to marry Bernard.
"Did you really?" Father said.
"Well done, my dear," said Mother. "Men were ever obtuse, even otherwise keenly perceptive barristers."
"Let us agree to give Bernard credit for generosity," Father said. "Then we might say something good of the dead." "Let's give him a little more credit," Radford said. "Let's say he chose with taste and a degree of, what, humour? Conceivably even affection."
He glanced at his father. He'd relaxed a few degrees. Interestingly, he was regarding Clara in the pleased way he used to look at his son when the youthful Oliver had demonstrated signs of intelligence. The new Duke sent for wine, and made a toast to Bernard. Being the superior lawyer he was, he made an elegant speech, which neatly balanced annoyance with Bernard for dying untimely, understanding of the way his upbringing and family life had deformed his character, and appreciation of his sense of humour. Perhaps it was puerile and boorish, Father said, but at least Bernard had one. This could not be said of many judges. Then Father turned to Clara.
"Well, my dear daughter," he said,
the dear startling everybody except her ladyship,
"you were wiser than your parents thought. I've become the blasted Duke of Malvern, and you've married my heir, the Marquis of Bredon. Pray try to keep his lordship from getting killed before he can inherit. Will you, my lady?"
Of course Clara knew what to do. She doubted there was a better prepared girl in all of England. Her new family were in turmoil, as was to be expected when an earthquake had overthrown their world. A lady is never ruffled, and she seeks to put those about her at ease. First order of business, therefore, restore calm. She'd boldly tackled the Bernard issue, and the family had responded well. Her father-in-law had regained his equanimity. Because his mind had been quieted, his wife's was. Clara had seen from the moment she'd met them how deeply devoted Anne Radford was to her husband. Her daughters adored the gruff old man, as did their children. Though she hadn't spent a great deal of time with her, Clara hadn't needed much to comprehend her mother-in-law's character. When they'd left the men to talk business, and retired to the more intimate surroundings of her boudoir, the lady confirmed Clara's impression. "Naturally, I'll do my duty," she said. "But you must understand, my dear, I'm sadly out of practice, by choice. I do not love the beau monde. They all turned their backs on me after the divorce, though they all knew I was the innocent party. My brute of a husband did not even want our daughters. I should have thought his eagerness to abandon them and drag all our names through the mire of a divorce would offer a hint to the world of the man's nature." She shook her head. "But no, do forgive me. I never meant to go over that old story. It's an age now." "An elephant has fallen through the roof," Clara said. "Our nerves are frayed. Even my husband displayed a discernible tremor of distress." "Ah, you noticed?" Her Grace tipped her head to one side to study her daughter-in-law. "You found a way to calm Oliver without saying irritating things like, 'Be calm, my dear, it is fate,' or some such platitude. I should commit a platitude only if I were very, very angry with him," Clara said. "Very wise." Her mother-in-law looked away for a moment, then said, "It's more than 30 years since that time. Now I'm a duchess, and all my old tormentors still alive will have to give way to me. But it makes no difference. I don't want to return to that world. I've been so happy." She paused briefly before going on. "Radford and I lived a quiet life even before he retired. He had his excitement in the courtroom, and I relished sitting in the gallery or hearing about it when he came home. I don't wish to be a reclusive Duchess of Malvern, and hide in the country as the others did or were compelled to do. But the world will soon descend upon us, and I don't want the world. I want to be with my husband. I do not think that's so very unreasonable. He is not—" Here her voice broke. Clara said gently, "In your place, It's where I should wish to be as well. But did he not say I was clever to marry Mr. Radford? Well, I say Mr. Radford was clever to marry me. You're aware I was brought up to marry a duke. She could hardly fail to be aware of it. Mamma had been unable to resist mentioning the subject repeatedly. I shall be happy to do as much or as little as you choose, in the way of making your life as you wish it to be. Her Grace gazed at her for a moment, and her eyes misted. But she too had been born and bred a lady. She blinked back the tears, and, to Clara's surprise, for this lady had always seemed a trifle aloof, leaned toward her and took her hand. I had doubts, I admit, she said. I feared you and Oliver would have a difficult time of it. Disparity of rank is no little problem. But I know you truly care for him, and he cares for you, and you are a good, kind girl. She slid her hand away and sat back with a smile. And so I thank you for your offer, and promise to take full advantage of your goodness, kindness, and youth. I believe I shall be exceedingly selfish and lazy, and throw everything on your young shoulders, my dear. Now Clara had only to make sure Radford did the same. That night. The talking continued through the afternoon, into evening, through dinner, and after it. By the time they escaped to their apartments, Radford was done with discussing. As soon as he'd closed the door, he pulled Clara into his arms and fell back against it. He kissed her, and perhaps it was a desperate kiss. His trouble wasn't the dukedom and the avalanche of work to come with it. He could deal with that. It was losing time with her that made him wild. When at length he broke the kiss, he said, I am going to be masterful after all. This will be our last night together for a time, and that is not what I had planned. I am greatly displeased with the disruption of my neatly laid plots and stratagems. He treated her to a leer, and she giggled. Therefore, he went on, I, the Marquis of Bredon, command you, my lady wife, to send your maid to bed and place your person entirely at my disposal and whim. Only my person, you shallow man? She spoke haughtily, but couldn't conceal her blush, or the anticipatory shiver. My lord, he corrected, and you cannot be so hen-witted as to think I married you for your mind. She stiffened. That's exactly what I did think. Your mind is a negligible commodity, he said. I married you for lust. Where is that set of heavy silver pots and such that Bernard sent us? She said. I mean to throw every piece of it at you. That sounds exciting, he said, as he started unfastening the back of her dress. I also married you to save you from yourself. Otherwise who knows what self-destructive course you'd set upon. Run away to live in a tent. Marry Bernard. Someone has to save this girl, I told myself. And since she has fine breasts and other womanly parts, and seems capable of learning a few simple skills, the someone might as well be me. The silver service and the Sèvres, she said. All 500 pieces of it. The following afternoon. For their private farewell, Radford and Clara lingered in the sitting-room that adjoined his study. In a short time he'd take leave of his parents and Westcott. I'll be gone no longer than a fortnight, he said. I had everything in train before I left. Sanborn is more than competent. The agent Dursley has worked for the family this age, and he knows his business when let to do it without interference. It's only a matter of the funeral and laying down the law to the family. Everybody will be acting terribly bereaved in between demanding this, that, and the other to soothe their wounded feelings. But they'll have to address their sorrows and discontents to Westcott, who's more than capable of deciding what tone to take with whom. It's a pity you can't come with me, and treat the other Radfords to your terrifying Duchess persona, but that will have to wait for another time. I'm not in the least terrifying, Clara said. Do you think not? When you come all over the Duchess with me, I quake in my boots. That is not where you quake, she said, and blushed. She knew he found her autocratic manner arousing. Well, he found many other aspects of her arousing, too, so it was an easy guess. He drew her into his arms for one last embrace before they joined the others downstairs. He held her for a long time, burying his face in her neck, and dislodging her silk scarf in the process. When at length he pulled himself away, it was he, not she, who restored the scarf. While he did so, he said, "I'm not such a dunderhead as to tell you what to do while I'm gone. Of all women you know what needs to be done and how to do it. But I will tell you what not to do." She gave him a look of innocent perplexity that did not deceive him for a moment. "You're not to pursue the case of the stuffed cheeks boy," he said.
"How on earth would I do that?" she said. "When should I find time to do it? I have a house in London to fit out and staff from 8 miles away. I must fight off the hordes who'll be trying to beat down the doors here. I must keep my mother as sane as possible. Or maybe it's better to keep her very busy. I must deal with their majesties."
"I can only hope this is enough to occupy you," he said. "Leave it to the servants to look out for intruders. If you go out, be sure you have Davis and a manservant with you."
"My dear, that is the way I normally travel," she said, with audible patience. "A lady never goes out unattended. I only made an exception in your case because, I forget why. The wayward curl on your forehead distracted me, perhaps." A footman came to tell them the carriage was ready. "You'd better make haste," Clara said.
"You're in a shocking hurry to be rid of me," he said.
"If I were you, I'd be gone before my parents get here," she said. He knew she'd written to her parents yesterday with the news, and urged them to postpone visiting until his father's nerves had time to absorb the shock. She hadn't felt certain, however, that her mother's state of euphoria wouldn't overwhelm any good intentions of respecting the elderly gentleman's nerves. "I doubt you'll enjoy Mamma's smothering you with affection," she said. "But, more important, the sooner you get there, the sooner you'll be back."
"Yes."
He gave her one more kiss, passionate, desperate, and frustrated, which she returned in the same spirit. Last night they'd made love. Fiercely first, and gently and tenderly afterward. They talked and talked. It wasn't enough. They'd had so little time together as man and wife, and a fortnight seemed a much longer time now when it meant being away from her than it used to do. When they broke the kiss, he didn't let go.
"Remember," he said, "no playing sleuth."
"Did I not promise to obey?" she said, "before witnesses?"
"You had footnotes," he said.
"And when you return, I'll tell you all about them." She cupped his face and kissed him once more, so tenderly. This time he let her go, albeit slowly. Once more he arranged the scarf, whose perfection he'd disturbed. How he wished! But wishes belonged to the realm of magic, a place with which he had no desire to become acquainted. He stepped back. "Am I all quite correct now, my lord?" Her blue eyes glinted with humour, and something else. Ah, yes, affection that made his heart squeeze tight.
"You'll do," he said.
"Then come, take your leave of the Duke and Duchess of Malvern, Lord Breedon." 2 hours later, Westcott was staring aghast at Clara.
"The copies?"
he said. "Now?" They'd adjourned to the sitting-room, where she and Westcott had reviewed some general matters relating to Malvern House. Then she'd asked for news of Bridget and Toby Copy. "As soon as may be," she said. "I hope you haven't lost them. Mr. Radford, that is to say Lord Breedon, told me you'd find an apprenticeship for Toby and lodgings for them, well away from their mother."
"I haven't lost them, my lady," Westcott said. "The boy's working at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, where he was cared for. But finding him an apprenticeship isn't easy. All anybody needs to hear is where he'd been before the hospital, and they become leery. The decent tradesmen do, at any rate. The more dubious sort will take anybody. But such positions would not be in his best interests."
"Did you say he was working?" Westcott explained. Once the boy recovered, he insisted on helping at the hospital.
"He isn't the cleverest fellow, but he follows instructions well, and will do whatever is asked of him. He mops the floors or the patient's brows."
"Not with the same implement, I hope?" Clara said.
"It's a hospital," Westcott said. "I can promise nothing,
I can only tell you what's reported to me. He works hard, is happy to be paid with food and a place to sleep. He's extremely reluctant to leave."
"Who can blame him?" she said. "Anybody who escaped the police raid will know we came looking for him. They'll blame Toby for leading the police to them. One of the escapees, I understand, was Jacob Freem."
"Yes, my lady, and I believe that's a subject Lord Breeden would wish left out of our conversation. In any event, Freem is dead. Fever, we're told."
"Who told you?" she said.
"My esteemed colleague's habitual scepticism has infected your mind," Westcott said. She regarded him patiently. "That's what's said on the streets, according to our informers," Westcott said.
"I hope it's true," she said, remembering Stuffed Cheeks Boy. "Whether it is or it isn't, you'll have to dislodge Toby from the hospital. I want him here with me. Bridget, too."
"I wish you would wait until Lord Breeden returns before—"
"He left me in charge of domestic matters," she said. "I was not 5 paces away when he told you so. Did he not say to you, 'Give my lady every assistance'?"
"Indeed, he did. However, as the family solicitor, I'm allowed to give advice. It's my duty, in fact. And I advise you to wait until his lordship returns."
"You haven't found a place for the boy," she said. "I can employ him here, but whether I can or cannot isn't the issue. If not for those 2 children, I should never have met my husband. I'm now in a position to do something for them, and I mean to do it." Clara told Westcott she'd arrange for removing Bridget from the Milliners' Society. After all, Clara was one of the Society's sponsors, and her sister-in-law Sophie was one of the founders. While Clara remembered Radford's warning about showing favouritism to Bridget, she knew this was altogether different. Bridget would simply be going on to do what all the girls there hoped to do, find respectable employment. At present, Clara wasn't sure exactly how she'd employ her, but she knew the answer would come soon enough. She'd made up her mind to have the 2 siblings. She'd been trained to deal with every sort of domestic crisis. It followed that she'd know what to do when the time came. Not long after Westcott left, she wrote to Sophie, asking her to help arrange for Bridget's departure from the Society. Then Clara went down to inform her in-laws.
"Sentiment," said her father-in-law, with a wave of his hand, after Clara had explained her reasons for sending for the copies. "You would never make a proper barrister, madam. One must look at the facts with a cool, considering eye. One must disengage one's emotions. The only emotions needing to be engaged are those of the judge and jury."
"I don't see what sentiment has to do with this," Clara said. He was, as one would expect, intimidating, and more so than her husband, as he ought to be, considering he'd had several more decades' practice in the theatre that was the courtroom. But she could not let him cow her any more than she'd let his son do so. "We post rewards for information. The police and others reward informers. While neither child informed precisely, they did lead me to my husband."
"Indirectly?"
"And indirectly, I've placed them in danger," she said. "I realize the lives of pauper children are hard and hazardous, conditions no one person can cure. However, I embroiled myself in the copies' affairs, and they're likely to suffer as a result. You know what those gangs are like, and how ruthless they can be. The boy's frightened, and I don't doubt Bridget is frightened for him, though she would be right to be frightened for herself as well. I cannot in good conscience leave these 2 children as they are. I promise to make sure they do not disturb your household in any way. If that happens in spite of my efforts, they'll be placed elsewhere. But they must be placed, sir. They have, indirectly or not, changed my life, and I will not turn my back on them."
"You would never sway a jury with that farrago," said her father-in-law.
"She might very well do so, George," said his wife.
"Ah, well, she's prettier than most barristers."
He gave a short laugh, so like his son's.
"Very well, Clara. Do as you like. You've been charged with sparing us every possible disturbance. We may certainly indulge this little idiocy of yours." "George!" "Well, it is idiocy, and you know it, Duchess," he said.
But Clara knew he was only being irritating for the fun of it, and so she smiled and left them to debate the matter in the way they liked best. London, Wednesday, 25 November. Jacob Freem wasn't smiling. He was pulling at the new whiskers he'd been growing so his enemies wouldn't recognize him. They'd come in pretty thick, but to Squirrel he still looked like Jacob, only hairier. Hairier and madder than Squirrel had ever seen him. Squirrel made sure to keep his distance from those big fists. Husher didn't look worried. He never did. He only stood by the door, arms folded, listening. "A lord," Jacob said. "Him?" "If it ain't all over London yet, it will be," Squirrel said. "Not but I expect they was talking about it at Jack's already." Rumours always seemed to get to Jack's coffee-house quickest. A lot of them started there. "We should have gone all together," Jacob said. "We could have watched for our chance and done for him quick." Maybe not, Squirrel thought. In London you had Raven walking the streets day and night, and crowds you could disappear into easy. You could lay for somebody in Fleet Street, say near the Temple Gate, late at night. In Richmond, Raven was harder to get at. Now he'd set himself up so high, getting at him meant much bigger trouble than before. "Don't look like no chance now," Squirrel said. "He's off to some castle 100 miles away, maybe 200. Not but what you always say leave the knobs alone." "Never mind that. Tell me what the yokels say." The yokels had a lot to say about everything. Squirrel knew to keep it short. Everybody knew the minute he hired a post-chaise. They was talking about it everywhere, him leaving his bride so sudden. Then word come down about what happened, how he was only going for a funeral and coming back, and how there was more servants coming to work at the house. More servants meant more eyes on gates and doors and windows, and more ears listening for trouble. But Jacob didn't look worried. He was walking from one end of the room to the other, fooling with his whiskers, thinking. "If he didn't take the long Meg with him, he'll be back soon enough," he said. He looked at Husher. "You've seen her. Would you leave her a minute longer than you could help it?" Husher grinned, showing crooked brown teeth, and not a full set, neither. "I dunno when he'll be back," Squirrel said. "That's why I come here. You said to watch him is all, and I can't, can I? Him in a post-chaise and me, what, running after?" "Don't be a half-wit," Jacob said. "What good is it to me what he does 100 miles away?" Not much good in London or anywheres else, Squirrel thought. It didn't look like the best idea, finishing off a brand-new knob everybody was watching and talking about. Even with Husher helping, it could go wrong. Then the hawks would hunt them down and put ropes round their necks and leave them to dangle slow on purpose while everybody watched. After that, the hangman'd sell off their clothes, and the doctors would get the corpses and cut 'em up. Jacob stopped walking. "We're going back," he said. Husher grinned and nodded. Squirrel told himself they owed it to Chiver to finish Raven off, but his voice sounded squeaky when he said, "Now? He won't be back?" "Not now. Use your head. We're going to get ready first." Jacob smiled. "We're going to make sure nothing goes wrong. Except for him and his fine lady, ha-ha." Husher laughed too. Chapter 18. The Barrister. 2. Who can tell all the windings and turnings, all the hollownesses and dark corners of the mind? It is a wilderness in which a man may wander more than 40 years, and through which few have passed to the promised land. The Jurist, Volume 3, 1832. Friday, 27 November. Westcott delivered the 2 copies in the early afternoon. He must have devoted the trip to Richmond to terrifying them. This would explain why, when presented to the Duke and Duchess, the siblings stood stiff, white-faced, and tongue-tied. After surviving this ordeal, they went with a footman below stairs to meet the rest of the staff, and make a good impression, Clara hoped. If they didn't, the servants would make their lives difficult. At present, however, she had to pass her own test. The Duke was regarding her with one dark eyebrow upraised. It was the same way his son would look at her from time to time, as though debating whether she owned anything resembling intellect. It produced the same irritation. But these Radford men couldn't help themselves, and one couldn't expect His Grace at 80 to change his personality. She'd written to Radford about the copies. She was sure his reply would question her intelligence and accuse her of sentimentality. But she knew she was right in this, and if she didn't begin her marriage by standing up for what she believed in, his powerful personality would crush her. Besides, had not Grandmamma Warford told her husbands could be educated? Too, Clara watched the way the Duchess interacted with her husband. She'd had decades to learn how to manage a too-intelligent Radford male.
"The boy," the Duke said. "Not much in the brain box, has he? Another reformed juvenile delinquent like the one the French dressmakers adopted?"
His son must have told him about Fenwick. "I believe Toby's brief experience in Jacob Freeme's gang chastened him," Clara said. She'd been amazed at the transformation. The brashness and insolence had vanished.
"That rarely happens," he said. "Associating with criminals usually makes boys worse. Whippings and stints in prison only harden them."
"He didn't have much time to learn criminal ways before he fell ill," she said. "Then when he was sick, I suppose what he learned was what it was like not to have Bridget looking after him, only a lot of rough, mean boys who didn't care what became of him. He thought he was going to die. He might very well have done so. He learned a lesson, I expect."
"Perhaps," the Duke said. "It's mere speculation, and sentimental speculation at that."
"Perhaps," she said. "Or perhaps looking respectable has changed his attitude. Westcott took him to the baths and got him clean clothes. That seems to have given Toby something to think about. I shall put him into livery, and we'll see if he lives up to his finery."
"Was that the treatment your dressmaker friends applied to the boy they took up?"
"It's amazing what a cocked hat, gold-trimmed coat, and shiny buttons will do for a boy's amour-propre," she said. That won her a crack of laughter from the Duke. The Duchess smiled. Clara told them about Toby's hospital experience. "He learned how to look after patients by watching what the staff did. He'll never be one for book learning, but he seems not incapable of learning in some form. I'm not sure how useful that is to you, sir. However, the Duchess does need a page or footboy to attend her."
"I certainly do not," said her Grace.
"The idea!" "I promise you do," Clara said. "The rest of the staff will be extremely busy in the coming weeks and months. I mean to augment them, but I know you won't want hordes of servants underfoot." The Duchess's eyes widened. She hadn't realized. How could she? No matter how much Clara took on, she couldn't return her in-laws' life to what it had been. While Ithaca House was large, it was a fraction of the size of a great townhouse. Warford House, for instance. A small staff had always sufficed here. But now the household's work would increase. The new Duke and Duchess could expect more visitors, more correspondence, more of everything, even though they wouldn't be entertaining. First and foremost was their relationship with the royal family. Their Majesties were in Brighton at present, but they'd soon send emissaries, as they'd done for Clara's wedding. One couldn't deny these people admission. Eventually the King and Queen would call here, the Duke being too frail to call on them. Certain other formal visits would have to be endured. The Duchess of Kent was sure to turn up with the Princess Victoria. Clara couldn't keep out everyone, and ought not to, for her husband's sake as much as for his parents'. He couldn't continue as a barrister while managing his father's estates and other business affairs, but he could use his legal abilities in Parliament, among other possibilities. The trouble was, despite reform, even the House of Commons remained a private club. To fully belong to this world, the Dukes of Malvern must recover their proper position in society and become functioning members of the nobility. Meanwhile, Clara had to fit out Malvern House from a distance. She'd minimize the disruption, but she couldn't stop it altogether. "I thought you might use Toby to carry messages and run errands and do other sorts of fetching and carrying," she went on. "He's a strong boy, otherwise his illness could have killed him. He could help you when the Duke's pillows need adjusting, or when he wishes to move from the sofa to his chair. She knew the Duchess found it increasingly difficult to tend to some of her husband's needs. To his frustration, he grew less able to do for himself, and while not quite as large as his son, he was not a small man. There was a great deal else a boy who'd worked in a hospital could do, but Clara had to exercise caution about venturing into the Duchess's territory. When her Grace grew used to having Toby about, she'd find more ways to employ him. "You suggest I employ the boy, instead of one of the maids or footmen?" the Duchess said, looking dubious indeed. "That would free the other servants for tasks wanting more physical strength or intelligence or both," Clara said. "This would reduce the number of new servants needed." The Duchess considered for a moment, clearly torn. The Duke said nothing, only watched her. Clara waited. Finally her Grace said, "If it's a choice between an army of new servants and one boy, I'd better take the boy." The Duke's grey eyes twinkled. "Well done, Clara. Well managed indeed." "I merely point out facts," she said. "So you do. So you do. And that excessively pretty girl, what do you mean to do with her? You know she'll turn the footmen's heads." Exactly what Davis had said. "Davis and I shall make sure Bridget has no time to seduce the footman," Clara said. "I've scores of tasks for a skilled needlewoman. For the present she can help with the household mending. However, I imagine Malvern House will need extensive refurbishing." "You'll find it in a shocking state, I don't doubt," said her Grace. "The furniture heaviest to shift is likely to be there still, under wrappers, but a great deal will have mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, the family linens will be stored away and falling to pieces, unless, as I suspect, they were stolen and sold ages ago. None of the family have lived at Malvern House in a century or more, and the late Duke's father preferred to put his money into Glenore Castle. I've asked Mamma to make an inspection of the house," Clara said. "She'll enjoy that exceedingly. It would give her mother something to do, to forestall lengthy visits to Richmond. She would brag to her dear friend and foe Lady Bartham about working her fingers to the bone for her daughter, the Marchioness of Bredon." Clara could hear her. "But what can a mother do? Poor Clara has so very much on her shoulders at present, assisting the Duke and Duchess of Malvern among so many other responsibilities, and, of course, she trusts my judgment implicitly." "I expect new linens will be in order," Clara said. "That will give Bridget more than enough to do, and a chance to use her embroidery talent on monograms and such. I quite look forward to bringing the house back to life." The Duchess laughed. "Better you than me, my dear. I can think of few more tedious tasks than choosing wall coverings and curtains and all the rest of the fittings. I'd much rather spend my time disputing my spouse's absurd opinions about coroner's verdicts, or judges' instructions to the jury, or various fine points of law." "You know nothing of fine points of law," said the husband. "You see, Clara," the Duchess said, "dealing with this deluded gentleman demands all my energies." She waved a hand. "Do as you like, dear. Send the boy to us once you've made him gorgeous, and we'll see what use we can make of him." Richmond, Friday, 4 December. Squirrel was still amazed at what whiskers and different clothes could do. 2 days ago Jacob Freem, along with Husher and Squirrel, had left London in broad day in a curricle, and nobody took any notice. Squirrel knew nobody followed them because he'd kept a lookout. Like Jacob said, once they'd moved into their rooms at the Blue Goose Inn, it didn't take much. Change carriages, change clothes. Dress like somebody else and people think you're somebody else. Until Chiver brought him into Jacob's gang, Squirrel had only dressed one way, in whatever rags he could get hold of. Jacob could be a right bastard, but so could hundreds of men. This right bastard fed his boys, though, and kept them in decent clothes, with a roof over their heads. Today Squirrel wore a suit of almost new clothes. No missing buttons, no holes or frayed edges, no patched elbows or other parts. He had a proper hat and a neckcloth and even a stick pin with a make-believe gem in it. He knew Husher must have robbed and beaten, maybe to death, somebody to get the money for all the things they needed here. Maybe this bothered Squirrel some, but he always tried not to think too much about things like that, and just do what they told him to do. He was the servant, Samuel. Husher had finer clothes on account of being Jacob's make-believe son Humphrey. Jacob had even made him clean his teeth. Jacob was the grandest, the way you'd expect. He was Mr. Joseph Green, a swell from the city, here on doctor's orders. He acted like a swell, too, not hard for him. He talked and lived better than most of their kind. He'd been to school, though what school and where he never said, and nobody asked. While Husher lounged around the town, Jacob drove round the big park, getting the lay of the land, he said. Sometimes he sat in a tavern or a coffee-house and gossiped. It was easy enough to find out all about Raven and the house the family lived in, by the river. Richmond was used to strangers, but mainly in the summer. Now, though, they came again. They stood on the towing path and gawked up at the house behind its fence. They came down the road from the village green and tried to see if anybody was in the garden. Jacob, Husher, and Squirrel could stop and look, too, like anybody else. Mainly Squirrel looked at the fence and hoped Jacob didn't tell him to climb over it and let him and Husher into the place. Not but what it was an easy fence to climb. What worried Squirrel were the servants. They popped up everywhere, in the garden and coming and going from the stable yard and hothouse. The town worried Squirrel, too. So small. Everybody knew everything about everybody. He was sure he'd seen hawks, though Jacob said the London police didn't come this far. Another good reason for him and Husher to do for Raven here, where there was only a bumpkin constable and some watchmen. Today, Husher was watching the house and listening for news. Jacob and Squirrel were driving in the park, Squirrel on the seat with him for once, and watching for trouble like usual. Jacob cuffed him. "Here, you, stop that." He didn't shout. He said it soft enough, but his hand wasn't soft. "Stop looking everywhere like that. I was only watching out like you told—" "Not like that," Jacob said. "It looks like you're up to no good. You want the clodhoppers to see nothing but pigeons to pluck. That's us, out taking the air, hoping to get a look at the brand-new knobs. Nobody else's servant does it by squinting over his shoulder every 2 minutes. Not wanting another knock in the head, Squirrel stopped watching every shadow and sudden movement and kept his eyes looking straight ahead mostly. He tried to pretend he was only enjoying the air, which he hated the smell of. Too much of it. Too many trees. That was why, sometime later, when they left the park and started back up the hill toward the village, he didn't notice Toby Coppy coming out of a shop. He didn't see Toby stop dead, his mouth opening and closing like a fish, and his face turning as white as his neckcloth. Toby stood there for a good while, conspicuous in his new livery, but Squirrel saw nothing more than somebody's fancy servant idling on the pavement. He didn't know Toby was watching the gig as it moved up the street, and he missed Toby's facial contortions as he thought as hard as he could until he finally reached a conclusion. Later. Bridget and Toby Coppy stood before Clara in her study. "Squirrel," she said. "That's what they called him in the gang," Bridget said. She did most of the talking for Toby because he was far from articulate. He'd come back from an errand all in a quake, according to her, and she'd dragged him to report to Clara. "On account his teeth and his cheeks like he had 'em filled with nuts," the sister explained. "And on account he fidgets like a squirrel, and on account he's fast, not only running but getting up into windows and out again, for, you know, housebreaking." "He must have been one of the boys who got out of the building so quickly on the day the police came," Clara said to Toby. He nodded. Bridget elbowed her brother. "Yes, your ladyship," Toby mumbled. That must have been where Radford had spotted him, running away down that narrow street. He'd seen the boy's back and the way he ran. One boy among many fleeing the house. Yet Radford had remembered, enough for the boy to seem familiar. What was it like to own such a mind? "It was in a curricle with a man," Bridget said. This roused Toby to eloquence. "I thought he were Jacob," he said.
"'Cause why? 'Cause there weren't none of 'em never drove in no carriage but him. But this one weren't him. He had whiskers and clothes like the Flash Coves, and it weren't no gig but a curricle and 2 horses. And Jacob's dead, everybody says, but he made me think of Jacob. T'other one were Squirrel. He were dressed proper fine too, but I knowed him."
He puffed out his cheeks.
"What's he here for, then?" Bridget said. "That's what Toby asked himself. He was scared and wanted to run away on account they hate him. But they hate his lordship, worse than anybody, and Toby thought he ought to know." "Followed them," Toby said, "but not close." "He followed them all the way to the Blue Goose Inn where the carriage went into the yard," his sister said. "He didn't go into the yard, though. I told him he did right, because what if they saw him?" Some might wonder how anybody could miss Toby. While his livery was not as fantastically glorious as Fenwick's, it was splendid, green and gold with epaulets and gleaming brass buttons. But if the pair had spotted Toby, would they know him in his finery? Probably not. Had Squirrel possessed a less memorable face, Toby might not have recognized him in his new clothes. While he had something of his sister's good looks, Toby's face wasn't nearly as attention-getting as his attire. As to the man with him, Clara had her suspicions. She thanked them both. She told the boy he'd done very well and she was proud of him. All things considered, Toby had been very brave indeed. He'd lived up to his livery. After they left, Clara debated what to do. She had a long list of items needing her attention. Moreover, Radford would be back soon, and he'd take a fit if she pursued the question of Squirrel and his whiskered friend on her own. "You're not to pursue the case of the stuffed cheeks, boy." This was not unreasonable. She had no experience dealing with cutthroats. She did not know how to organize a police raid, even if she had legal grounds to do so, which she did not. The odds of her getting into difficulties were high. Her husband had his Radford relatives to contend with. He did not need his wife causing him worry and adding to his trials. Very well, then. She wouldn't pursue it. Exactly. The following day she drove into the heart of Richmond with Davis and Coulson. Tuesday, 8 December. Radford arrived at Ithaca House very late, with a barely functioning brain. He had just about enough sense remaining to let his father know that, according to all physical evidence, Bernard had died when he cracked his skull on a rock. Having settled his father's mind with the post-mortem, Radford adjourned with Clara to their apartments. He found a bath awaiting him. Of course, she'd thought ahead and arranged for it. She'd been trained to be the perfect hostess. Though a long soak would have done him good, he made quick work of it. He wanted to go to bed with her. He'd missed her to an uncomfortable extent. Had she been with him at Glenore Castle, they could have argued and laughed about his relatives. He would have had somebody to talk to, who owned a brain, who cared for him. He'd written to her and she to him, but it wasn't the same as talking to her, and watching her face, and the way she moved. A letter didn't offer the small clues her ladylike exterior concealed so well from most people. One couldn't have marital relations, as she called them, via letter. When he returned to the bedroom, he found her sitting in bed, reading Wade's Treatise on the Police of the Metropolis. She was studying in order to out-argue him beyond a doubt. He climbed into bed beside her. She set aside the book. "Was it very bad?" she said. "Which part?" he said. "All and any of it," she said. "But what am I saying? In your last letter you promised to be home by today. You kept your promise, though you had to have sacrificed meals and sleep to do it. You're tired. You can tell me tomorrow." He was deeply weary, to the bone and to the soul. He sank back onto the pillows. She put out the candle and slid down too and snuggled against him. He drew her into his arms and touched his lips to her nightcap. That wasn't satisfactory. He pulled off the nightcap and pressed his mouth to her hair. It felt like silk, and it smelled like flowery soap, and like her. "It wasn't nearly as much fun as being with you," he said. "You're vastly more entertaining, and prettier."
Entertaining, she said. Like a court jester?
No, like a tricky murder trial.
She laughed softly. High praise indeed, my learned friend.
It's true, he said. Dullards are everywhere. I always know what most people are going to say and do. The other Radfords, for instance, were exactly as demanding and quarrelsome as I expected them to be. The only surprise was the dead man.
He paused, trying to marshal his thoughts. Reason was so much easier than emotion.
I found the funeral rather more distressing than I would have supposed.
You must have had some hopes for him, or you wouldn't have tried to help him, or pestered him about changing his ways, she said.
I did that for the dukedom and the people he was responsible for, not for him.
Yet you were pleased when you learned he was courting a lady?
I'd be an idiot not to be pleased. I didn't want my father to inherit. I didn't want to inherit. I liked my life.
But it's happened, she said.
Yes.
And the reality had turned out more complicated and demanding than he'd anticipated. So much to do and think about, even he hardly knew where to begin. I'd hoped he'd do better, she said. I didn't know him, yet I was so disappointed. And angry at him, too, for mucking up his chance.
The feelings about Bernard, like so many, huddled in the farthest reaches of Radford's brain, being brooded over by his other self. They were so deeply packed in that mental lumber room he wasn't sure what he felt. He wasn't sure he wanted to find out. I missed him, he said. It's completely irrational.
She brought her hand up to his cheek and simply laid it there. He turned his face into her palm and kissed it. Feelings, she said. Not your strong suit.
I loathe them. More your department.
I see little value in your cluttering up your great brain with feelings, she said. I recommend you leave the feelings to me, along with domestic matters. Then you can give your attention to... She waved a hand, and the ruffles at her wrist fluttered. To what you're good at. Logic and business and such. Henceforth, consider the big nasty feelings my responsibility.
He had to laugh. How could he help it? He caught her wrist. Come here, he said.
I am here, she said.
Closer, he said.
I do not see how I could be any closer.
Think harder, he said.
Wednesday, 9 December. Marchioness of Breden's sitting room.
Dash it, Clara, you promised.
I did not technically promise, she said.
Do not split hairs with me. I told you specifically to leave it alone, and you ought to have the intelligence to understand why.
She bristled at this, but Radford went on heedlessly.
Yet you go out exposing yourself to known villains.
That's nonsense, and you of all men ought to recognize it, she said. Villains are everywhere. We're all of us exposed to them every day. And what should anybody think if they did see me? Ah, there goes the brand new Marchioness of Breden, with her groom and lady's maid. He held on to his temper with a thread, and that in itself was infuriating. He never gave way to temper, except by design, in the courtroom, but his heart was pounding with fear, for her, and 1,000 thoughts beat in his brain, making chaos there. He moved away to the window and stared out. In the garden, Toby pushed his father's invalid chair along one of the footpaths. The day was mild for December. Father was well wrapped in a shawl, a rug over his legs. Mother walked alongside, talking. They'd taken to the fool boy, amazingly enough. Clara's idea. She'd been busy indeed while he was away. But this? Why should they suspect me of anything? She said. I'm only a woman, helpless and incompetent and lacking in intelligence. Even low-born persons, even criminals think that. Women don't count. He closed his eyes and fought for detachment. The other man in the shadowy corner of his brain was in a frenzy of rage and fear and memories of last night and this morning, their love-making and, oh, who knew what else and who cared? Feelings. Her department.
This is a criminal matter, he told himself. You're in a courtroom of sorts. Consider the facts, and the facts alone. And my marriage? He wanted to argue. Does your lordship expect me to ignore my wife and the duty of a husband? Of course he remembered every word. The causes for which matrimony was ordained. Thirdly, it was ordained for the mutual society, help, and comfort that the one ought to have of the other, both in prosperity and adversity. Mutual, help, comfort. He waited until the noise in his head quieted to a hum. He turned back to his wife. She stood by the mantelpiece, where any number of missiles stood conveniently at hand. At the moment she did not look as though she contemplated throwing any of them, but her blue eyes flashed, and he noticed the tension in the hands folded at her waist. "Clara, it was Freem with that boy," he said. "So I concluded," she said. "That is why—" "Do you think a London banker or speculator or whatever he's pretending to be would collect someone like Squirrel on charity? The boy's hard as nails. While at Glenore Castle I wrote to Inspector Stokes about Stuffed Cheeks' boy. I had a full report. Though new to Freem's gang, Squirrel had already made a name for himself as a cracksman." His wife looked blank. "Housebreaker," he said, "and Chiver's prize protégé." "Then it's as well Toby spotted him," she said. "Only imagine if Bridget had gone out. She would have had the good sense to run in the opposite direction. Unlike you, driving straight for trouble." "I did not go near that cursed boy. None of us did. You are being exceedingly irrational." "I?" "Let me tell you again, because I know you were not listening properly before. I heard every— Coulson went to the stable yard and gossiped," she said, "as grooms do. He didn't have to ask questions. The stablemen were only too happy to tell him everything about everybody, including the so-called Mr. Joseph Green in Richmond for a rest and to take the healthful waters. He's come with his son Humphrey and a young servant, Samuel. I was safe with Davis, streets away in a shop. There's no reason to throw yourself into a pet." "A pet?" "A son named Humphrey, and a servant." "Who was Humphrey?" Half a dozen gang members remained unaccounted for, according to Stokes, including Husher. Radford's gut knotted. "You remind me exceedingly of Mamma," Clara said. For a moment, he thought his hearing had failed him. His ears seemed to be ringing. She gave him no time to respond, but went on. "Such histrionics are all very well in the courtroom, but it won't do in a marital situation, unless you are angling for a divorce." Had he suddenly taken a delirious fever? He could not have heard the words he thought he'd heard. It took him a moment to speak. "Are you quite mad? A divorce?" "You're right," she said. "It's early days yet. An annulment." "Stop talking rot." "You started it," she said. "You flew into a rage because I sent a spy to obtain information necessary to the family's safety." He had not flown into a rage. He never did. He was the calmest and most rational of men. He said very calmly, "The family is not your responsibility." "It most assuredly is," she said, "especially when you're not here. As to spies, you didn't hesitate to use Milly, I recollect. But I couldn't approach her without causing talk, which of course would go round the town. Everybody knows everything about everybody, sometimes before one knows it oneself. Really, my lord, you are behaving quite irrationally. I realize this is a difficult time for you, but—" "It isn't difficult. I'm perfectly capable of managing a dukedom, thank you, and of doing so more competently than my father's predecessors."
"You're making a sad job of managing me in the present instance," she said. "But I suspect you're excessively troubled by feelings. Unfortunately, I'm too much out of humour with you to attempt to intervene or translate. I recommend you find something productive to do, or somebody else to rage at. I have letters to write, and 100 fabric swatches to look at, and both want a tranquil mind." He opened his mouth to retort, then changed his mind. He stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. He heard something shatter against the door. Chapter 19. The mildness and inviting appearance of the weather has induced Her Majesty to walk out several mornings this week. Her Majesty has also taken carriage airings with the King and her royal relatives. The Court Journal, Saturday, 5 December, 1835. Heart pounding. Clara dropped into the chair at her writing desk. She would not make herself wretched thinking about it. It was impossible. She snatched up her pen and started yet another list, but her hand was shaking, and she was so angry she tore the paper and spoiled the pen. She took out a penknife and tried to mend it, but she only ruined the nib. She pushed the chair back, got up, stalked to the door leading to her husband's study, and stomped in. She'd tidied his desk after he left, and it had comforted her to touch his things. It had also comforted her to know he'd object to her touching his things, and she could tease him about it. Her throat tightened. She stole a pen from his desk. Not satisfactory. She was still so angry and hurt. She'd thought he understood. Someone ought to encourage her, he'd told her parents, to be herself. She opened drawers and started rearranging his neat order. She moved the ruler to the small tray where he kept pencils. She took all the writing paper out of an upper drawer and opened a bottom one to put it there. She reached down to remove what was in the bottom drawer, and paused. Because there, instead of paper or notebooks or anything else related to his work, rested a crumpled bit of tissue paper, loosely wrapped about something. She set the writing paper down on the desk and took out the parcel from the drawer. The loose tissue paper opened further, giving her a glimpse of soft leather. She sat in her husband's chair and set the parcel on his desk and fully opened the flimsy wrapping. Gloves. A lady's gloves. Very dirty gloves. They were plain, but of good quality. They still smelled of lavender, the scent Davis always kept in among Clara's clothes. Her clothes. Her gloves. Her plainest pair. The ones she'd worn on the day they rescued Toby. "Only look at your gloves," Radford had said, so bafflingly furious about such a small thing. She'd taken them off, and then what? When she returned to her great-aunt's, Davis had said, "Has your ladyship lost another pair of gloves?" Clara had assumed she'd dropped them in the street when she'd climbed out of the carriage, pretending an insouciance she'd been so very far from feeling, or else they'd slipped from her lap and onto the floor of the coach, when she and Radford had kissed. She'd supposed the coachman or the next passenger had appropriated them. She'd assumed incorrectly. Radford had found them, and kept them. Her throat hurt. She heard returning footsteps. She wrapped the gloves, thrust them back into the drawer, and slid it shut. She dropped the writing paper into its proper drawer and hurried back into her sitting room, taking the fresh pen with her. She was in the chair at her desk a moment before the door flew open. By the time Radford stormed back in, she had the pen in hand and a list of some sort, she had no idea what it was, in front of her on the desk. Her heart raced, and her hand gripped the pen too tightly. She wanted to throw it down and put her face in her hands and sob. She placed her grandmother's image firmly in the front of her mind and refused to let the tears fall or her mouth so much as tremble. He closed the door and stalked to the desk. "Dash it, Clara. Have I hurt your feelings?" "Certainly not," she said. "I take no notice of your irrational ranting and raving." He set his hands on the desk, leaned toward her, and looked her in the eye. She met his gaze, chin aloft. "I've hurt your feelings," he said. "You promised," she said. "Promised?" "That day. At your trial. I needed to be myself, you said. You'd encourage me to make a spectacle of myself. I remember." To her amazement, a tinge of red spread over his cheeks and jaw. "You spoke of my mind," she said. "But a little while ago you behaved as though I hadn't one. Yes, he said impatiently. "I may have overreacted somewhat." "Somewhat? You insulted my intelligence. On no evidence." "Flimsy, I acknowledge." "Not flimsy," she said. "None. Ought. Nihil. Unless your great brain is malfunctioning, you ought to know I did my spying as cleverly as you might have done, though you—" "I should not have done it quite in that way." "Of course not," she said. "You're a man. You can act more freely. I'm hampered by a strait waistcoat of rules." "Except the ones I'm so lost to reason as to try to make." She wasn't ready to be mollified. "I took no risks," she said.
I could not have been more discreet. I did not pursue your criminals in any way or acknowledge their existence. I simply gathered information, which I presented to your ungrateful self as soon as you'd had time to recover from travelling. And if I had it to do over again, I should do it again, because I'd rather nobody killed you at present. Not at present? I'm not in a humour to wear mourning for you, she said. I'm already in black for your cousin, whom I dearly wish I had married instead, and it doesn't become me, and I'd rather not extend the length of time I must go about looking like a scarecrow, especially on your sorry account. He studied her dress. Black only makes you look a little pale, though your present rage heightens your colour. I should not call it unbecoming. Do not try to turn me up sweet. He was doing it, though. She was hopeless. She wished she hadn't found the gloves. He uttered a few vaguely complimentary words, and she commenced melting. Clara, I'm not Clara to you. To you, I am my lady. Your ladyship is doing it too brown. Marry Bernard, indeed. I might have made something of him. I can do nothing with you. Your obnoxiousness knows no bounds. You knew I was obnoxious when you married me. All the world knows it. My picture is in the dictionary next to the word. You're not even trying, she said. I don't actually have to try to be obnoxious, she said. It comes quite naturally. She wanted to throw herself in his arms. She didn't want to quarrel any more. She loved him, with all his faults. She loved his faults, too. She reminded herself that the only way to get the marriage she wanted was to fight for it. They could have a partnership, like the one his parents had built. They could have the marriage she'd always supposed was a fantasy. But it wouldn't simply happen because she wanted it. I refer to your learning how to be a tolerable husband, she said. Tolerable? My dear girl, that's asking a great deal. I realize we're in the catastrophe phase of this inheritance, she went on ruthlessly, because my dear girl made her want to fly into his arms. But you don't seem to realize that the earthquake has happened to both of us. Yes, I trained to be a duchess, but I was not prepared to enter a household that had never been a ducal household, or had anything to do with society, or had any thought of doing either, and is completely unprepared, and in many cases unwilling, to change its ways. She added quickly, You're not to think I blame your parents in the least. It's perfectly reasonable of them to want their peace. But I've been carrying on single-handedly for this last fortnight, and you come back only to find fault. His head went back as though she'd slapped him. He straightened away from the desk, and she thought he'd storm out again. But instead he drew in a deep breath and let it out and said, You have a point. A point, she said. I have 100 points. I could write pages on the topic had I time, but I must think about curtains for Malvern House, and Mamma cannot find half the furniture listed on the last inventory, not but what she says we shouldn't attempt to retrieve it, judging by what remains. I do realize you don't. Not a fraction of it. The staff at Malvern House is not only too small, but incompetent as well. We'll have to replace all but one or two. Have you any notion how time-consuming and tedious that is? Surely you don't need to. It's a house of some 40 or 50 rooms. We don't know the precise number because we can't find the most recent floor plans. There are 5 floors in all, and even Mamma's stamina could not withstand more than the main ones. He turned away from her and walked to the fire. He folded his hands behind his back and stood there for a time, staring into the burning coals. The silence stretched out. She could hear the crackle and hiss of the fire, and the anxious beating of her heart, which seemed louder by far. She gazed at him, taking in his tall physique and broad shoulders, and the strength and confidence of his long, lean frame. She remembered the lanky boy from so very long ago, defending her honour against a bully, who at the time had seemed to her the size of an elephant. She thought of the gloves. She remembered last night and this morning in bed, their bodies twined. How she'd missed sleeping with him. Though they'd had so little time to be intimate, she'd grown accustomed to the warmth and strength of his body alongside hers, and the sense of having found at last a place where she truly belonged. She did belong with him. She'd wanted him and nobody else, and while she wanted a partnership, it ought to be a fair one on her side as well.
She needed to take into account the strain he was under, far worse than what she felt. This wasn't the life he'd trained himself for. It wasn't the life he'd wanted. I liked my life, he'd said. It's possible I'm not behaving in the most reasonable manner myself, she said. True enough, he said. Given the circumstances, it would be more reasonable for you to be in fits, weeping and tearing your hair out. My parents are content to let you do everything. Our future home wants an army to put it to rights. And your husband is completely blind to everything but his masculine pride and medieval notions of protecting his property. This, in his primitive view, includes his wife. He turned back to meet her wondering gaze. You see what happens when my emotions take charge, he said. I can't see straight, let alone think straight. I react irrationally. What I should have done was congratulate you on your clever form of investigation. Had I known of the situation and you asked for instructions, and supposing myself in a sane state of mind, which it appears I cannot take for granted lately, I should have instructed you to do what you did. The ache inside eased. Well said, my learned friend. Does that mean you'll set aside the divorce proceedings, at least for the time being? I'd better, she said. Divorce is time-consuming, and I have so much to do. Divorce, in fact, was impossible, unless the husband initiated it. All the more reason to sort out sticky marital matters at the beginning. Kindly set the blasted house aside, too, he said. We need to deal with these villains first, and quickly. We, she said, and her heart grew light enough to fly. Freem's the sort who'll sacrifice even his lieutenants to save his own skin, Bradford said. No honor among thieves there. I can't say why Squirrel has stuck with him instead of finding another berth as the other escapees did, but his reasons will not be saintly. As to the third party, I have a likely candidate, and he's not the vicar, I promise you. They sent Squirrel ahead for surveillance. Now all three are here. I don't like the odds. However, it seems it would be grossly unfair and unkind of me to exclude you. Oh, Raven, she said. She rose from her chair, ready to launch herself at him. But first, Lady Breeden, you will be so good as to tell me what else you've done. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell open, displaying the chipped tooth, the permanent reminder of her courage and willingness to defend him, no matter what the odds. She was willing to fight him, too, and that in itself was heroic. Obnoxious was the merest understatement. His cold logic had at times reduced battle-scarred colleagues to tears, never mind the witnesses. If he reduced her to tears, those would be tears of rage, and a missile would swiftly collide with his skull. But she collected her composure in the blink of an eye and gave him a cool stare. I haven't had the chance to tell you, she said. My first course of action required so much defending and argument. In fact, I suggest we walk in the garden. The day is mild, and the fresh air will clear our heads. My head is perfectly clear. You may think so, she said. I shall send for our hats and coats. By the time the outer garments arrived and were satisfactorily arranged, hers, not his, he was nearly dancing with impatience. Then they stepped out of the house into the handsome garden his mother had created, which pleased the eye even in winter. He felt Clara's hand tuck into the crook of his elbow, and his impatience dissolved. He wore his customary black, and she wore mourning for stupid Bernard. Today we look exactly like Mr. and Mrs. Raven, he said. She gave him a sidelong glance. You always look well in black, dashing and dangerous. You look better than well, he said, dramatic. I can picture your dressmakers swooning when they learned you'd need mourning clothes, and not the usual run of weeds, but the violently expensive kind, befitting a marchioness. They know I don't look well in black, she said. They had to make an extra effort. He did not think any special efforts were required to make the Marchioness of Breeden breathtaking. It was inexcusably inconsiderate of my cousin to die on us, he said. On the other hand, this gave him no time to decimate his inheritance. When the bills arrive, elegantly engraved Maison Noirot, I shall flick my gaze over them without feeling the smallest desire to cut my throat. "Had your father not inherited, I should have economized," she said. "But now I'm obliged to do credit to your rank."
"My lady, you do me very great credit. And I'm quite sure that what you're about to tell me will do you credit, too. Undoubtedly I shall suffer a heart seizure, or collapse, foaming at the mouth, but it seems we'll simply have to learn to live with that sort of thing."
She pressed nearer. He was aware of the movements placing her breast against his arm, but he knew this only because he knew exactly where her breasts were, relative to the rest of her as well as to him. She wore far too many garments for truly satisfying sensory experience. "Look about you," she said. He took in their surroundings. They walked along one of the winding footpaths. In warmer weather these would be bounded by flower beds, whose colour changed according to the varieties they held and the time of the season. The property was small, a sliver of land compared to those south-eastward, belonging to the Earl of Cadogan, the Marquess of Lansdowne, the Duchess of Devonshire, the Duchess of Buccleuch, and other notables. However, Richmond held numerous other modest villas, and Ithaca House was entirely suitable for a successful barrister. At this time of year all but the evergreens were bare, and more of the neighbouring properties was visible than in other seasons, which meant that passers-by, in the road leading to Richmond Green or the lane bordering the property to the east, had a better view than at other times of his father's house and garden.
"We're rather exposed," he said.
Nothing unusual for the countryside. Quite a bustling countryside in the summer, when scores of boats plied the river, including steamboats dropping off hordes of visitors from London. Until now he hadn't needed to consider the implications. Until now he hadn't had time, or the reasoning powers, to think of them. "Nearly everybody is exposed," she said, "especially along the riverside, where all that stands between us and trespassers is a not very tall fence. When Bridget told me about Squirrel, I longed for a high wall, but one can't build that in a day, even if it weren't impractical as well as ugly. Tall walls would make a small property like this feel like a prison, as well as spoil the view. Instead, I hired additional outdoor servants," she said. "I've given orders for frequent and unpredictable patrols of the grounds. So as not to arouse our criminals' suspicions, I expressed a concern about London journalists entering the grounds and spying on us for their scandal sheets." Surprised, he looked at her. Her cheeks were rosy with pride, he supposed. She ought to be proud, and he ought not to be surprised.
"That was clever," he said, "because it's true. We may be sure they're skulking about Richmond and probably getting in our would-be assassin's way."
"Clever," she said. "I feel a swoon coming on."
"Not yet," he said. "You've more to tell me, judging by your self-satisfied expression."
She threw him an amused glance and went on. "As you'd expect, word went round Richmond in no time. The parish constable called and promised to have an eye kept on the property. In passing, he let me know that the Metropolitan Police Act did not extend to this part of Surrey."
"It's rather a patchwork in the counties neighbouring London," he said. "Some parishes are included and some are not."
In any case, it made no sense to fuss with the local authorities about juvenile delinquents from London lurking in the area, in company of a whiskered man. He'd underestimated her, which was inexcusably stupid. She was beautiful, yes, but he hadn't married her solely for her beauty, though nobody on earth would blame him if he had. Among the more obvious attractions was her complexity. She was interesting and she surprised him, and that, he ought to have remembered, was because she could think.
"Do you know, Lady Breedon, I do believe in time, with the proper guidance, you might become almost intelligent," he said.
She put a hand to her head. "Where are my smelling salts?"
"No time for fainting," he said. "Now I'm back. Freem will strike at the first opportunity. We need a plan, and we need it soon."
Friday, 11 December. Breakfast time in the Blue Goose Inn's public dining room was Squirrel's favourite time. It was more like London then, busy, crowded, and loud. Better yet, in all the to-do of people coming and going in the coaches and such, nobody paid attention to Jacob and Husher. They sat at their usual table by a window where they could watch the village green and the busier roads thereabouts. Squirrel stood by them, like a servant would do, waiting to fetch this or that from their room or run an errand. And all three of them listened to what was going on around them. Raven was back, like Jacob said he'd be. The trouble was, newspaper coves swarmed like flies, and because of them you could hardly get near the place without some watchman or constable telling you to move along. Like Jacob said, they didn't have the hawks here like in London, but they had private watchmen on account of all the grand palaces. Lords and ladies had their houses all over, down by the green and along the river and up on the hill and in the park. Jacob was boiling to get to Raven, but not enough to make Squirrel go over the fence to break into the house and let them in. Too easy to get caught, Jacob said. If any of them got caught, the others would bolt. Had to. Everybody hereabouts knew they'd come here together. The watchman and the newspaper culls put Jacob in bad skin. He was hacking at his beefsteak like it was Raven's innards, and thinking so hard you could practically hear it. "Naturally, we hope for a full commission." Somebody at the big table close by was talking over the others. "Malvern House is one of London's finest palaces. In an unfortunate state at present, else we should not have been consulted. But Lady Breeden means to make all as it should be. Down to the stables, you know, though that isn't my province." The talker was an old cove, some kind of tradesman. The expensive kind, going by the cut of his old-fashioned clothes and the big ring on his right hand. He wore spectacles and a wig, like old coves did. Jacob stopped hacking so hard. You could practically see his ears aiming at the talker. Somebody else at the table said something, but Squirrel couldn't hear over the other talk. "Not at present," the first man said. "However, his lordship told me they've brought the present Duke's mail phaeton out of retirement. More suitable for a family man," somebody said, "and more convenient for travelling to and from town with her ladyship." Not convenient for us, Squirrel thought. Mail phaetons had a box behind the hood where you could store parcels and luggage, but more important, there'd be a seat on the back of the box, big enough for 2 servants. Before, Raven always travelled on his own, whether he rode or drove. We lost our chance, Squirrel thought. His lordship was so gracious as to inform me the carriage had been well maintained these last few years, the first man said. It needed little work to bring it up to snuff. He'd been in the house yesterday and talked to Raven and the long Meg, about curtains or furniture or some such, so people asked him questions, and even the serving maids made excuses to come by and jaw. Jacob sneaked himself into the general jabber, like he knew how to do. He wanted to know about the shined-up mail phaeton, and the old man was happy to show off all he knew about the brand-new knobs up the river. Then he was making a bustle, had to meet with her ladyship, and it wouldn't do to be late. But as he was leaving the dining-room, Jacob caught up with him and got him talking in the passage. And the end of that was, the fellow's name was John Cotton, and Jacob was having supper with him tonight, and Husher and Squirrel could look after themselves. Richmond Park, Tuesday, 15 December. It was going to be here, like it or not, and Squirrel didn't like this park. Too much of it. Ponds and fields and woods and hills. Only good news was, the weather was turning colder, so Raven didn't drive his lady all over for miles and miles like the first time. They went round like the swells did in Hyde Park, taking the same route from the house every day. No servants with their asses parked on the seat behind the box, neither. Just them two. Every day they came down Richmond Hill into the park and took a turn there, then back again. Thanks to his friend Cotton, Jacob knew they'd be driving out every day. Thanks to Squirrel following them 2 days in a row, he knew their route. Had to be here, Jacob said. In Richmond, everybody watched everything and told everybody everything. Practically nobody came into the park this time of year, especially late in the afternoon. Jacob had his plan worked out, step by step. They came early to the spot Jacob picked and practiced. Then Jacob and Husher left Squirrel to mind the curricle. He hid with the carriage and horses a short ways down the road, round a turning at the bottom of a hilly stretch, behind a thick clump of tall bushes with shiny green leaves. Husher said it was going to be fun. Squirrel wished it was over. He waited, and it felt like days. Finally he heard the carriage, 2 horses, 4 wheels, coming. Radford caught the movement out of the corner of his eye, an instant before a familiar wiry figure ran out from the bushes into the horse's path, spreading out the front of his greatcoat and flapping it while shouting, "Help! Help!" Birds flew up from the trees, setting the leaves rustling while they squawked warnings to their friends. Spooked, the horses reared up, while Freem, it was he, new whiskers and all, went on shouting and flapping the coat, though keeping out of the way of the hooves. "Come and get me," he seemed to say, and Radford longed to go after him and stop him, whatever he was up to. Freem and the others Radford knew were there. But the horses would bolt. He had to get them under control first. "Give me the reins!" Clara cried. Another much bigger figure burst from the shrubbery. He lunged up at Radford, grabbed him, and pulled him off the carriage seat and into the road. "Don't panic," Clara told herself. She focused on grabbing the ribbons as Radford toppled from the carriage. She made herself concentrate on threading the reins through her fingers and getting the horses under control. She had no idea what was going on behind her, or how many assailants had burst from the woodland, and she couldn't take the time to look back. If she jumped or fell from the carriage and broke her neck, she'd be no good to Radford. They'd be no good to anybody if the horses trampled them. She had to keep her mind on what she was doing, focus on managing the panicked creatures with voice and reins. She could do it. She had to. Husher was young, but large and strong as a blacksmith. He had solid ground under his feet, while Radford had nothing to stop his being launched into air and thrown onto his back, hard. His ears rang. Panic washed in. The world started to darken, and in the shadows he saw Bernard's face, taunting, mocking. Dead, dead, dead. The bastard. The world flashed with bright lights. Radford was going somewhere quickly. Where? Away, far away, forever? He was aware of the taste of blood and hard ground under his back. The blackness still swirled toward him, an irresistible tide. No, something more. More to be done, said. "Clara, I love you. No time for that. Get up, fight back, do something." He scrambled to push himself up. Bernard had knocked him down time and again. He knew what to do. Or did he? His hand, on the ground. No, something there, solid. He closed his fist around it. He opened his eyes and saw a big hand upraised. Husher's face, a wide, gap-toothed grin. The lowering sun struck the knife's blade. A blinding gold flash. Radford rolled away as the blade slashed downward. He heard a roar of rage. Then Husher fell on him, hard and heavy, made of bricks. Radford gasped for breath, but he held on to the solid thing in his hand, the whip handle, and as the knife came at him once again, he knocked it aside. Husher swore and grabbed Radford's hand, the one holding the whip, squeezing painfully. Laughter. "For Chiver," Husher said. "Ha, ha." The long Meg had her hands full. That was plain to Freem. She was struggling with the horses, and sure to lose the fight. That was good. But not good enough. Better if the horses overturned the carriage. Better still if the damned lawyer broke his neck when he went down. But no, he was putting up a fight. Time to give Husher a hand, or better yet, a knife. But before Freem could move, another cove jumped up from the box, launched himself at Husher, and took him down. The bloody damned box! Why hadn't Squirrel gone up one of the hills or into the trees to see what was in there? Freem didn't wait to weigh the odds. He ran. With all the strength he could muster, Radford shoved the huge hand gripping his against Husher's face. The whip handle cracked against Husher's nose, and he roared and let go, clutching his nose as blood poured down his face. Something thundered nearby. A flurry of movement. Then Husher went down, over to one side into the road, Stokes on top of him. Radford dragged himself to his feet. Another tide of darkness swirled in. But that was the park, whirling about him, shadow-filled now. He struggled to get his bearings. He caught a glimpse of dimming sunlight through tree branches. He heard a noise he recognized, of a carriage in motion. He turned toward the sound, in time to see the mail phaeton moving, gaining speed as it rumbled away. Clara! In a runaway carriage. Clara had got the animals to stop rearing and dancing, but they were still jittery, dragging the carriage along the road. Ahead lay a downhill stretch, with a dangerous turn near the bottom. She held on, fighting for calm, while she tried to remember what Longmore had taught her about panicked horses. Stay calm, yes, but what else? Then she spotted Freem. She'd been too focused on the horses to notice much else, but there he was, running as though the devil himself were after him. "No, you don't!" she shrieked. "Raven! He's getting away!" Chapter 20. In Raven's weather, that is, when the sky lowers and portends storms, or after the storm has just passed, they may be seen upon the more open parts of the woods, sitting on a dark mass of stone and eyeing the desolation around them with keen and cautious glance. Charles F. Partington, The British Cyclopedia, 1836. Freem heard the long Meg scream. He ran for all he was worth. He wouldn't let himself look behind him. He heard it all, the hooves thundering too close behind, the chains rattling, the wheels rumbling. But he daren't leave the road. It was all trees, rocks, bushes on either side. He wasn't sure how much woodland there was or where the water was. He didn't fancy breaking a leg or stumbling into an icy pond or bog. Never mind. Not far to go now. Squirrel waited with the curricle, only a little farther down the road. Freem could make it, though he might have to jump out of the way of the bloody damned horses, but they'd end in a crash, and the long Meg would end in pieces. Next turn on the carriage road from there would take him and Squirrel to the Sheen Gate. From there they'd be on the road for Putney in no time, then on to Putney Bridge, then London, not 4 miles from the bridge. He made himself run faster. "Make them think running is your idea," Longmore had said. "Be in command. Pretend it's a race." The horses were already worked up. They needed to run. The rest was up to Clara. All she had to do was stay calm and in control, watch for obstacles, hope nothing else alarmed the creatures, and keep them following Freem. Trees flew past her. Pebbles flew up from the roadbed. The way ahead looked perilously steep, and the horses were picking up speed, racing headlong down toward the wicked turning in the thick stand of trees, stumps, and rocks it held. But he whistled, then shouted something and signalled with his hand. She noticed movement in the stand of tall shrubbery not far ahead of him. After a moment she caught a glimpse of something, partly hidden in the shrubbery. It seemed to be a boy. Behind him, something else. Large animals, horses, and more. The black hood of a carriage. Freem was running toward them, about to round the bend in the road. She couldn't let him get in that carriage and get away. He couldn't be let to run loose, to keep plotting against Radford. She urged the horses on. Freem looked back over his shoulder. His narrow face was white. He turned forward again and shouted something to the boy, but the boy had stopped short, and he was gaping at Clara bearing down on them, wheels and horses' hooves like thunder above the rustling leaves and the birds' cries. Freem roared something and turned abruptly toward the boy and escape, and she screamed, "No!" The scream went through Radford like a knife. He watched the carriage list precariously to one side as it entered the turning. His racing heart stopped, and for one icy instant he saw in his mind's eye the vehicle slowly toppling, unstoppable, over and onto her, tree branches and stumps and rocks, all deadly weapons if she landed on them. Bernard's head, striking a rock, instant death. Radford pushed the image away and beat back panic. He heard her scream, then another, not hers this time, but male. The male phaeton teetered, then came fully upright again. Gradually it slowed and stopped. Radford dragged in what air he could and raced to the spot. Clara was looking down and to one side of her, but she must have heard his footsteps because she turned and looked at him and smiled. Tremulously. Tremulous or not, it was a smile, and it was like sunshine breaking through the deepening gloom of the park. She was alive and unhurt by the looks of it, but she had to be shaken. He was shaken, limbs trembling now, heart pounding against his chest wall. Radford started toward her. "Never mind me," she said. She nodded toward a crumpled heap a few feet from the horse's hooves. "I was trying not to run him down, only keep him in view and running, but the road here is so narrow. Then he jumped out of the way. He must have tripped over something. He cried out as he fell, then he didn't get up again. I don't know if he's dead. But please take care he doesn't get away." The words were hardly out of her mouth when a boy erupted from the patch of woodland ahead and ran at stunning speed along the road leading to the Sheen Gate. Radford could only watch him go. Had he been fresh, he'd have a devil of a time catching him. As it was, he hadn't a chance. But he didn't need to try. By the time the boy reached the gate, even he would be winded. He'd have to slow down and stumble into the arms of the constables waiting there for escapees. More police waited at the Putney Bridge. The Metropolitan Police District didn't include Richmond and large segments of the park, but it covered the parish of Putney, where the boy was obviously headed. Stokes's colleagues wouldn't let squirrels slip through their fingers this time. Radford moved toward the prone figure of his would-be assassin. A short time later, they had arranged beforehand to meet the police at the Sheen Gate. Thence Radford, Clara, and Inspector Stokes, a.k.a. John Cotton, purveyor of fine furnishings to the nobility, proceeded with their captives. The brutal young man Stokes called Husher, handcuffed, and Freem, immobilized, his shattered leg on a makeshift splint, shared the mail phaeton's box, with Stokes on guard on the servant's seat at the rear. Everybody was bloody and bruised, except for Clara, who was merely dusty. Radford's coat hung in filthy shreds. The rest of his attire matched it. In the dusky half-light, even with the lamplight's illumination, she couldn't identify the stains on his black clothes. Dirt, yes, but bloodstains too, most likely. She could make out the marks on his face as well. More dirt, bruises, cuts, and signs of swelling. He probably had lumps on his head. He'd fallen hard. She was used to seeing the results of males fighting. This was different. This opened a cold, deep space in the pit of her stomach. He might have been killed so easily. He might have died in a moment, like his cousin. Freem's accomplice, Husher, was loose-limbed and muscled, with big, thick-fingered hands. She'd seen a blacksmith who looked like that. Tall, lanky, and apparently clumsy. But he could lift an anvil or an ox without breathing hard, and he could shape the smallest piece of metal into whatever form he wanted. The mail phaeton's hood muffled sounds from behind, and the rattle of wheels and clatter of hooves tended to drown out other noises, but she was aware of Freem, alternately moaning and raging, though she couldn't make out what he said. Now and again she caught a whiff of Stokes's pipe. "That did not go quite as planned," she said. "It never does," Radford said. "As Stokes warned us." His voice was hoarser than usual, and that made her want to grab the horsewhip from his hand and beat Husher senseless for whatever he'd done to her husband. They'd planned so carefully. Radford had written to Scotland Yard, via Westcott, because all of Richmond knew where their post came from and went to. He'd described the situation. He'd hired Inspector Stokes, a highly regarded former Bow Street runner, as a private detective. Everything had been arranged so as to involve the London police without offending local sensibilities, and while allowing as few locals as possible in on the secret, gossip being what it was. Stokes had arrived within hours of being summoned, and he and Radford had made several plans to cover the most likely scenarios. As John Cotton, Stokes had passed to Freem the information needed to manipulate him into appearing at a certain time of day, along a predetermined route. On the daily drives, Stokes had curled up under a rug, out of sight of those spying from the bushes. Even so, even prepared and braced for an attack, and even having limited the possible attack sites, they couldn't know precisely when or where. Freem's bursting out of hiding had startled humans and horses enough to throw everybody off balance and give the criminals an advantage. "You knew the police were waiting at the gate," he said. "And we agreed, did we not, that you would not involve yourself unless it was to stop somebody killing me, and then only if it didn't endanger you?"
"We didn't allow for your being pulled from the carriage and knocked down so quickly, or the horses panicking."
The cattle were well trained, but they weren't London-trained, accustomed to constant hubbub and people, horses and vehicles coming at them. Freem had known what to do: burst into a tranquil scene and make a big commotion, flapping his greatcoat about him and shouting. "It might have been worse, I suppose," he said. "At least you didn't jump out and try to kill Husher, or Freem, though I dare say Freem will claim in court that you tried to run him down."
"Here's what I'll tell the jury," she said. "I was left alone in a runaway carriage. I did my best to get the horses under control, but it was difficult for a mere woman. Freem had the misfortune to trip when he leapt out of the way."
"Difficult for a mere woman," he muttered. "I can hear your brother Longmore laughing now. No, all your brothers. We'd better keep them out of the courtroom."
"I probably could have stopped the horses by then, or at least slowed them," she said. "But that wasn't what was in my mind. Though I wasn't aware of thinking in a logical manner at the time, all the practicing and talking with Stokes must have prepared me."
"You had a great many what-if questions, I recall."
She knew he remembered each and every one. She remembered that he hadn't interrupted or dismissed a single question. He and Stokes had taken her seriously. They'd responded as though she'd been another man. She wasn't sure either man would understand how important that was. Men took for granted that sort of respect. They had their pecking orders, but still they were men, and in the great scheme of things, men and what they said mattered. Women didn't. They were to be looked at and not listened to. She hadn't called attention to it then and wouldn't now, but she cherished it in her heart. Later she'd find a way to tell her husband what it meant to her. She went on. While the front of my mind was on keeping the horses under control, in the back of my mind I was thinking, too. I knew the police were at the Sheen Gate and at the Putney Bridge. But Freem was escaping. I saw he aimed for the Sheen Gate where the police were waiting, but that didn't mean they'd catch him. In his place, I would have jumped into the curricle and driven like a madman straight at them, the way he drove straight at us in Trafalgar Square. The police would have given way instinctively as we did. Only for a moment, perhaps, but that could be all the time he needed. And who's to say he'd make for the Putney Bridge? He might have turned off the main road sooner and made for the Hammersmith Bridge. It's a long way about, but for that reason no one would expect him to go that way.
"You have a point," he said. "An excellent point, by the way. Do you know, I was cleverer than I thought when I decided to marry you."
"You decided?"
"Yes, after you left me no choice."
After a pause, he said,
"I hope this was adventure enough for you. I'm not sure how many I'll be able to provide in future."
She gave a careless wave of her hand. "I'm not in the least concerned. Whatever you do with your new position, I know I can count on you to alienate and enrage any number of people. And we can always depend on somebody or other wanting to kill you."
"Do you know, I hadn't thought of that," he said. "But then I've had no time to consider my future. If it isn't one thing, it's another. First Bernard goes and falls on his head, race to Glenore Castle and get them sorted, race home to find assassins lurking in the shrubbery, alert Scotland Yard, bring in Stokes, form a counterplot, foil the villains, which it turns out is easier said than done. Now we've got to make sure they get to London safe and sound for a trial next month, for which I must plan a case I can't prosecute."
He spoke coolly enough, in spite of what she was sure was a near brush with death. But it was his habit to view the world through the spectacles of logic and reason. Emotions were her department, and she ached for what he'd miss, though he seemed to dismiss it so calmly. To stand in wig, bands, and robe in the courtroom, and ask his questions, and make his arguments, and joust with the judge and opposing counsel. "That must be annoying," she said.
He frowned. But of course you'll give Westcott detailed instructions as well as tell him which barrister is to represent you, she said.
No.
He looked at her, and she caught the wicked glint in his grey eyes.
I don't need a barrister. I must have suffered a minor concussion.
A concussion?
A minor one, he said. The only explanation for my failing to remember a fundamental fact of law. Victims of crime have the right to prosecute their own cases. They've done so for most of our history.
But a concussion, she said. She didn't care about the blasted law.
I did fall on my head. But unlike Bernard, I survived, and you can nurse me tenderly later. I quite look forward to that. And then so much fun to look forward to next month at the sessions. I shall be Lord Breeden with everybody bowing and scraping, including the judge, possibly.
He laughed, then winced. She wasn't able to find out where else, besides his head, he'd been injured, because they were nearing the Sheen gate, where the police waited. There, Radford and Clara learned that Squirrel had eluded the police. He hadn't come through the gate. Everybody there would swear to it. Yet he might have done, Radford thought. The boy was so quick. Or he might have hidden in the park, waiting for the excitement to die down. He'd shown patience enough that first time, following Radford as he led him on a long, tedious chase. Still, it would be hard to prove much against the boy, and the two men they knew to be deadly were in custody. Radford spoke briefly to Stokes, who sent a pair of constables back to collect Freem's curricle. That at least might offer useful evidence. Leaving the police to finish their various tasks, including, at Radford's insistence, taking Freem to the nearest surgeon, Radford drove home. Though the twilight was deepening into night, he went by way of the park. He could drive this road blindfolded, and it spared their facing gawkers. He knew he looked a great deal the worse for wear. Normally this wouldn't trouble him, but he wasn't in a humour to be gaped at. He needed some time to collect himself, or rather, detach himself from recent events and the accompanying avalanche of emotions. Then, when it came time to traverse Richmond Hill, he could regard any staring multitudes with cool objectivity. His mind swiftly turned to familiar logical spheres, the case against Freem and his associates, for instance.
It's a pity the sessions don't come on for weeks, he said. I'll be healed by then, and the jury will think a great healthy aristocrat in all his finery was in no danger from anybody, except possibly a Mongol horde. Freem and Husher will claim I tried to run them down, you may be sure. And when Husher tried to prevent me, my wife tried to run Freem down.
Evidence, she said. So difficult to prove intent, as in the Grumley case.
Unless somebody squeaks, he said. Even so, if the informant is one of the conspirators, the jury may not deem him reliable. I'd better warn you. It's unlikely either of them will go to the gallows for assault, even violent assault. Some years of hard labour is more like it.
I'd rather transportation for life, she said. I want them both gone from England.
Not impossible, he said. Still, we must consider this. If Freem had the money to get himself a curricle and horses and a new wardrobe, and spend weeks in an inn, he might be able to squeeze somebody for funds for a good lawyer. But it's no use trying the case and fretting over the sentence now. There's time for a confession as well as for the police to gather further evidence about Freem's various criminal enterprises. A good case may win a sentence of transportation for life. Not to mention, I'm counting on the effect of your big blue eyes, and the tears you'll shed, speaking of your terrifying experience.
I? Do you truly mean to let me testify?
She'd spoken boldly enough of what she'd say in court, but she knew as well as he did that ladies did not stand in the witness box of the Old Bailey of all places. You'd better, or we're too likely to lose.
Oh, Raven!
Your parents will take a fit, certainly, he said. However, if you cared about that sort of thing, you wouldn't have married me.
Oh, my dear Raven, she said. I could kiss you witless.
Could you, indeed? But I'm filthy and blood-stained, and one side of my face is growing larger than the other.
It's dark, she said. He glanced about him.
So it is. I remember having thoughts at one time of luring you to a sheltering patch of woodland and misbehaving in a furtive manner.
What were those thoughts, precisely?
They were near the Richmond gate, but night had descended, and even if it had been full day he wouldn't have cared. He drew the carriage into the shelter of a stand of trees and pulled her into his arms and onto his lap. He buried his face in her neck and inhaled the scent of her, rather musky now from fear and excitement. But it was Clara, and she was alive, and so was he, battered but all in one piece, and he wanted her. He raised his head and grasped the back of hers and kissed her fiercely. "I was so afraid of losing you," she answered with passion, pressing her lips to his, and parting instantly thereafter, drawing him in, and this was more than homecoming. It was the end of the world and the beginning. Nonsense, his logical self would have said. But his logical self knew what they'd lived through, together. The logical self recognized fear and rage and the threat of death. It recognized the joy of surviving and triumphing, too. They'd won, and they'd come so very close to losing. It was all in their kiss. Terror and rage and relief and joy. Feelings. He pulled at the ribbons of her hat, and it fell back, down her neck, and still her mouth clung to his, her tongue coiling with his. The taste of her coursed through him as though he'd drunk fine old whiskey. It burned and exhilarated, and it seared away the fear and anger and confusion as easily as it seared away his body's aches and stings. She moved her gloved hands over him, along the sides of his face and his neck, her touch light but inflaming, a lady's hands, in their fine gloves. He didn't know why this aroused him so, but it did. He broke the kiss and grasped her hand, and peeled back the glove from her wrist. He brought her hand to his mouth, and kissed the inside of her wrist. She trembled. "Oh, Raven, your wicked mouth," she said softly. He drew the glove down further, exposing her palm. He kissed there, too, with his lips, and caressed the soft skin with his tongue. She moaned softly. He tugged it back further, then eased it off, finger by finger. He let the glove fall from his hand while he kissed each finger, each knuckle, and each fingertip. He took off the other glove in the same way, but more quickly, because she was moving her bottom against his thighs, and his intellect narrowed to a pinhole. He slid his hands under her cloak, to her narrow waist, and upward, to her breasts, so tightly encased, but that was only teasing himself. He reached down and dragged up the cloak and the skirt of her dress together, miles of material, whose rustling sounded like fireworks in the now serene park. He was aware of the wind soughing through the trees, and the rustle of dry leaves as they ran before the wind, but all that was a distant dream. Under the mountain of clothing he found her legs at last, her long, beautiful legs, encased in silk that whispered under his hand. Her leg quivered under his touch, and he felt her hands cupping his face, and he heard her voice, low and soft as a sigh, "Yes, oh yes." She drew her tongue along his lips and teased, while he stroked up her thigh, above the garter, and upward, the way he'd done that day, the day he'd asked to marry her in that stupid way. "Yes," she'd said then. "Yes," she said now. He slid his hands between her legs and found the place, warm and soft and slick with desire. For him. He caressed her, and she opened to him so easily, and, "Don't wait," she said. "I can't wait. I'm so wicked." "Yes, you are," he said. He unfastened his trousers and dragged his shirt out of the way, and his swollen cock sprang free. Then her hand was there, holding him, and it was all he could do to keep from giving way then and there. Her hand, her soft, warm hand, the hand he'd kissed so lovingly, and this was the first time she hadn't been shy, but touched him all on her own. He had no mind left. It was all love and lust and the whiskey fire racing through him. Her hand closed round him, and he groaned. He drew her hand away. Her touch would send him over the edge, and pushed into her. She cried out softly, then eased herself down on him, and he'd thought he'd die of it, of the feel of her, closing about him and squeezing, letting go as she rose a little, riding him, smooth as she would have ridden her mount, and killing him by slow degrees. "By gad, my dear, I think you've got the hang of it," he managed to gasp. She laughed a little, and that set off feelings he couldn't describe and wouldn't try to. The world was dark and hot, and filled with the scent and taste of her, his beautiful girl, the most beautiful girl in the world, and she was his. He kissed her, ferociously and tenderly, and they rode together faster and faster until they could go no farther. Release came like a rainstorm of pleasure, and they clung to each other while the storm passed. And when at last they'd quieted, and he began to help put her clothing to rights, he said, "I love you, Lady Breeden. You know that, don't you?" He'd thought she'd be killed, and would never know, because he'd never said it to her, fool that he was. She said, "I deduced as much, Lord Breeden." Later that night. "No, you don't," Freem shouted. "Your lower leg is badly shattered," the surgeon said. "It had better come off." "It better not. Don't play your games with me. It's the Hawk's doing. I know them. You set it." "No reputable surgeon would attempt to set this," the surgeon said. "No one would risk trying to save it. Any medical man would tell you infection is bound to result." "Bugger your eyes, you lying clodhopper. Stokes, get me out of here. I want a London surgeon, none of these bumpkin quacks." Against the bumpkin quack's advice, Stokes took Freem to London. The Marquis of Breeden wanted the man alive and well for his trial. He'd pay the costs. Stokes hoped Freem would listen to a London surgeon. He wouldn't. Stokes wrote to Lord Breeden. The doctor in London said the same as the one in Sheen. Freem wasn't having it. He demanded another surgeon. Same verdict. Freem wouldn't give in. "You ask me, my lord, he's more afraid of being a cripple than dying." In the end, the two doctors said it the best they could and told him he was signing his death warrant. They made me be a witness, so he couldn't blame them later if he had to lose the whole leg. Reports continued to arrive from London. Inflammation soon set in, as predicted. "He has good reason to fear being a cripple," Lord Breeden told his wife, after they'd read the latest report. "He won't last long on the streets, defenceless, and he has enemies who'd make sure he died slowly and painfully. But I suspect he's considering, too, the advantage he'll have in court, looking sick and weak and pathetic." "It's rather a risk," Clara said. "It looks more like suicide to me." Her husband shook his head. "He knows his way round the justice system. If he didn't, we'd have tried and transported him years ago. He's counting on making his pathetic appearance at the January sessions. No doubt he's hoping to win damages from me, given the lawyer he's hired. Then he'll decide about amputation. Well, he'd better calculate again. I'll make sure he isn't tried in January." Husher was, though, and found guilty on several counts, including feloniously assaulting and striking and beating the Marquis of Breeden, putting in fear the Marchioness of Breeden, feloniously assaulting with a sharp instrument Police Inspector Sam Stokes, striking and beating him and stating his intent to be to resist and prevent his lawful apprehension and detainer. This, as Radford had predicted, might not have amounted to much. However, at the same sessions, Husher was tried for 2 separate incidents of robbery with violence. The police found eyewitnesses as well as a victim willing to testify. He was sentenced to transportation for life. Late in January, Freem was taken to St. Bartholomew's. His case, put off to the February sessions, was put off again. His condition continued to worsen, and he began to show symptoms of what he claimed was jail fever. According to the surgeon who wrote to Lord Breeden, these were symptoms of gangrene. Breeden went to see him. "You'd better give up the leg," he told the gang leader. "I'll keep putting off the trial until you're fit." "Fit?" Freem said. "When you set them to torturing me? This is your doing, Raven, and you'll pay. Try thinking with your head. Minus a leg, you'll win a bit of jury sympathy. Your favourite accomplice got off with transportation. You must know we haven't as much solid evidence against you as we'd like. What we have, a good lawyer will raise doubts about. The odds of your going to the gallows are small." Minuscule was more accurate.
Freem could claim Husher had tried to assault him, and he'd run into the road for help. He could claim the Bredons tried to run him down. It would not be terribly difficult to raise doubt in the jury's mind. He knew how to look and sound more or less respectable. Even if they found him guilty, the penalty was unlikely to be harsh, since he had no criminal record. If Freem knew this, he didn't let on. "Oh, smooth words," he said. "You think I was born yesterday? You think I don't know what it's like for knobs? You whisper a word, drop some coins where the right people find them, and they'll make sure I dangle. If it worked that way, my lady would have made sure Husher's neck had a snug relationship with a rope." "Your lady," Freem snarled. "I wish I'd run down the pair of you when I had the chance." "You didn't, and it was a mistake," his lordship said. "Try not to make another. The leg badly needs to come off. Judging by what the doctors tell me and what I see for myself, you might have left it too late already." As Lord Bredon later told his wife, he might as well have talked to the chamber pot. He had the case put off again. More weeks passed, and the pain grew to beyond what Freem could endure in spite of large doses of laudanum. At last he consented to the amputation, but by then it was too late. The gangrene had spread up his leg and into his pelvis. It took him agonizing weeks more to die, on the 4th of April. Westcott brought the news to the Marquess and Marchioness of Bredon, now residing at Malvern House. Though still undergoing refurbishment, the house was livable, and they'd recently moved in with a modest retinue of servants. Most of the main floor was completed by this time. Clara and Bredon met with Westcott in the library. Though the news wasn't unexpected, it took Clara a moment to digest it. She hadn't realized how much the villains had troubled her until now, when she wanted to weep with relief. Then came her husband's sharp, logical voice, like a brisk breeze breaking through a sultry fog. "What an idiot," he said. "If only he'd consented to the amputation at the start, he might have got off with a few months in prison. Still, it does save the police the trouble of building additional cases against him." "He's gone," Clara said, her voice perfectly steady now. "That's what matters. He can't harm you or anybody else again. And it seems a satisfactory justice, his having brought it on himself." "That's one more would-be assassin out of the way," Westcott said. "Only a few score more to go." "You underestimate his lordship," said Clara. "In the years to come, I confidently expect great numbers of highly placed persons to nourish murderous fantasies." "I'm not worried," said his lordship. "I have Clara to protect me." "And as her ladyship pointed out some time ago," said his friend, "if worse comes to worse, you can always talk them to death." "You might as well know I was thinking of doing that regardless," said Lord Bredon. "Clara has dropped unsubtle hints about my standing for Parliament. I think it'll be fun." "All you have to do is win over the constituency," Westcott said. "All I have to do is have my wife stand beside me on the hustings and bat her blue eyes," said his lordship. "The voters are men, after all." "That's your election strategy?" Westcott asked. "It's probably better if he doesn't speak," Clara said. "You have a point," Westcott said. "In any event, I'll have plenty of time to speak once I'm in the House of Commons. You may be sure I'll make use of the time." "In that case, I should move assassination from the possible to the probable column," said Westcott. "By no means," Clara said. "There's a small difference between society and the London underworld. Gentlemen may cultivate elaborate fantasies or even challenge my husband outright. They may wish to kill him, but they won't be sneaking and plotting about it. 2, if all goes as I intend, their ladies won't let them kill him." Westcott smiled. "Lady Bredon, I admire and appreciate your affection for your husband. However, speaking from experience, I ought to point out that he can stir the gentler sex to violence without even trying." She smiled back. "Not when I'm done with them." "You're in over your head, Westcott," said her husband. "Clara has a plan. A mad, beautiful plan. She's going to bring me into fashion." "You're roasting me," Westcott said. "Not at all," said Bredon, his face sober but for the infinitesimal twitch at the corner of his mouth. "She's throwing a ball for me. I'm to be a debutante, you see. "I certainly shall have to see it with my own eyes," said Westcott.
"Of course," said Clara. "You're at the top of the invitation list."
"Just before the king," said her husband, and laughed.
Chapter 21. At length, with conjugal endearment both satiate, Ulysses tasted, and his spouse, the sweets of mutual converse. The Odyssey of Homer, translated by William Cooper, 1791. The King's levee commenced promptly at 2 o'clock on Wednesday, the 5th of May. Fairly early in the proceedings, the Duke of Clevedon presented the Marquis of Bredon to His Majesty.
"About time," the King said. "You must stop loitering about the Old Bailey, you know. Make yourself useful elsewhere." "Indeed, sir," said Lord Bredon. "My wife has some ideas about that." His monarch smiled. "I look forward to seeing Lady Bredon tomorrow."
Their Majesties were coming to look at Malvern House, which they, like nearly everybody else, had never entered. The King went on to ask after the Duke of Malvern's health, and promised to visit him as well before next he returned to Windsor. Then it was on to the next presentation. Those near enough to hear the conversation repeated it, and word soon travelled through the vast company of men who went on to repeat it later to their wives, mistresses, mothers, and sisters. The gentlemen offered as well detailed reports on what Lord Bredon wore to the levee, as much black as court rules could accommodate, naturally. At Almack's that night, as a result, heads turned to the entrance time and again, only to be disappointed. As Lady Warford explained to her friends, "Oh, no, it was out of the question. Clara gives her supper ball tomorrow night, you know, and she must try to get as much rest as possible beforehand. The King and Queen visit Malvern House in the afternoon to view the improvements. They've always been fond of Clara, and His Majesty has a regard for the Duke of Malvern." Though the King and Queen would not attend the supper ball, she explained, other royals would. If Lady Bartham was gnashing her teeth, she did this invisibly, in the most ladylike way, and even she couldn't invent a suitably poisonous retort. Not that she could have got a word in edgeways, with the other ladies so busy currying favour with Lady Warford. Not everybody had received an invitation to the ball, but those who hadn't could hope to be invited to another event before long. The Marchioness of Bredon was expected to carry on in her mother's style of superior entertainment. As the King had noted, Lord Bredon's presentation had come rather late after his rise in rank. He'd spent most of the time since he'd acquired his courtesy title overseeing work on the neglected house, building a case for a villain who took forever to come to trial, and then didn't live long enough after all, putting the Malvern estate affairs in order, and completing his legal responsibilities. He hadn't had time for society. Though the lengthy delay was rather irritating, it did mean that all those privileged to receive an invitation to Clara's supper ball accepted promptly. All the beau monde was curious about the new Marquis. They'd read about him, yes, from time to time, if they read criminal proceedings. Those connected with the courts had encountered him now and again, but except to those who'd attended the wedding, he was a mystery, all the more so because Lady Clara Fairfax had chosen him in favour of so many amiable, fashionable young men. 2, everybody wanted to see the house, into which hardly anybody had set foot in a century. Malvern House, Thursday, 6 May. The 2 drawing-rooms were beautifully fitted up for dancing, and indeed Lady Bredon's exquisite taste was evident everywhere, and the refurbishment of the house greatly admired. 300 guests attended. Weipert's band waited to play. The supper would be magnificent. But all Lord Bredon saw or cared about was his wife. She dressed in the sumptuously simple style that was one of Maison Noirot's specialties. Made of ivory organdie, her dress was very closely fitted in the bodice, displaying her splendid endowments. The plaited tulle fell over the neckline in a single sweet curve, showing off her perfect skin and smoothly arching neck. A pink sash was fixed to the front of her waist, rather than circling it, the ends hanging to the flounce at the hem.
A few pink roses dotted the neckline, the ruffled inner elbows of the snug-fitting sleeves. Narrow sleeves, at last! Sash and hem. But the overall simplicity made her stand out in a sea of busier gowns and blinding jewels. In any event, she might have dressed in a nun's habit and still rivaled Aphrodite. Breedon, to nobody's surprise, wore black, but rather more expensive black than usual. "The women are swooning," she murmured, when they'd finished receiving their guests. "That's because I said very little," he said. She looked up at him. "You're not to stifle yourself. You know I only tease about your talking." "I know an element of truth when I see one," he said. "Besides, I'm a debutante, supposed to behave modestly. Not to mention it hardly mattered what I said. Everybody was preoccupied with staring from me to you and wondering what you saw in me." "That isn't what the ladies were wondering," she said. "But you go on thinking that." She glanced about her. "It's time," she said. "It's about time," he said. "You look like a party cake. I can't wait to get my hands on you." He lowered his voice. "And later, my mouth." She flushed a little as she signalled to the orchestra. The first notes of a waltz wafted across the room. He looked at her. "Ready to make a spectacle of yourself?" "Always," she said, and smiled. His heart soared, but he gave only one very quick smile before leading her out to their first dance in public. The fete, which had commenced at 11 o'clock, ended at 4. Their guests had obviously enjoyed the supper and nearly had to be dragged bodily from the dance floor. That, Clara told her husband as they prepared for bed, was because she and he had started off the dancing so beautifully. "You were beautiful," he said. "I was content to form the backdrop." "You must have been a graceful backdrop," she said. "I noticed you never lacked for a partner after that." "Nor did you. Do your lovers mean to continue following you about?" "I think they wanted to show there were no hard feelings," she said. "In the event you came to your senses and ran away from me, they wanted you to know they'd be available," he said. "I came to my senses when I met you," she said. He looked at her, his grey eyes serious now and searching. "I thought it was my life that stifled me," she said. "But I see it makes no difference what world I live in. The difference is the man at my side." He cleared his throat. "It seems you needed a particularly difficult one," he said. "Much more entertaining," she said. She untied the ribbons of her dressing gown. He slid it from her shoulders. He kissed her shoulder then, and draped the dressing gown over a chair. Then the serious look returned, more intent now. He turned her toward him again and studied her for a long moment. "Lady Breedon," he said at last, "have you something to tell me?" She'd examined herself carefully in the mirror. Only Davis was aware, but a lady's maid had to keep track of such things. Clara had felt reasonably sure it didn't show. That is, it didn't show to a normal person. "About what?" she said. "Your breasts," he said, "and your belly, and your face, and the way your eyes shimmer. I thought you looked more beautiful tonight, but logic told me that was impossible." "I was waiting to be absolutely sure," she said. "How much surer do you need to be?" he said. "Am I or am I not to be a father?" Her eyes filled. She didn't know why. "I believe you will be," she said. His mouth twitched. "A father? Me?" He gave a short laugh. "Who'd believe it?" "Well then," she said shakily. "Not injured, my lord? No swooning? No tears? Excellent." He pulled her into his arms. "Excellent indeed. Oh, what a laugh! Me a father! I do love you, you amazing girl." "Well, it is not so amazing, given certain basic facts of biology," she said. "This is no time to be logical," he said. He closed his mouth over hers. The kiss was long and deep and joyful, and filled with promise of future joy. But before it was quite over, she made herself draw her head back. "I do love you, my raven," she said. "I never said so, but—"
"My lady, I deduced as much," he said. He pulled her close once more, and they returned to finish what they'd started. Postscript. When I have closed or sent off my daily register of events, I always recollect a number of things which I ought to have mentioned. Then it is too late. What I have omitted finds no appropriate place. Friedrich von Raumer, England, in 1835. News of Jacob Freem's death soon reached Jack's coffee house, and by degrees made its way to a wretched hut by the river. Here Squirrel bided his time while getting to know the members of the river's underworld. Not long after Freem's demise, Squirrel began to work for a dredgerman, one of the scavengers who plied the river between Putney and Gravesend. Eventually, having established himself as reliable, he worked his way out of the river and into one of the riverside taverns. Some years later, he married the tavern owner's daughter, and lived, if not as luxuriously as Jacob Freem had done, then certainly more securely. Now known as John Styles, Squirrel grew a little fat from not having to run so much or so fast, and in time he stopped looking over his shoulder. The elderly 7th Duke of Malvern did die, but not as soon as he and everybody else might have expected. His son always said it was Clara's doing. The old man's spirits had improved from the time Raven first mentioned her, and continued cheerful as he got to know her better. Good spirits, as everybody knows, make good medicine. This proved to be his case, certainly, for his pain diminished noticeably from the time of his son's marriage. He lived long enough to delight in a grandson, named George after both grandfathers, as well as a granddaughter, named Frances Ann, after her grandmothers. Then, one night, some hours after a most enjoyable dispute with his wife about the merits of the Prisoners' Council Act of 1836, His Grace died peacefully in his sleep. Raven Radford, to the amusement or dismay of many, became the 8th Duke of Malvern. He proved to be as great an irritant in the House of Lords as he'd been in the House of Commons and the criminal courts, and continued, aided and abetted by his wife, to acquire friends in low places. Among their many philanthropic activities, before as well as after he inherited the dukedom, he and his wife took a special interest in the ragged schools. Their first fundraising fete was held at Vauxhall, and the money raised was used to provide desperately needed bathing facilities for the school in Saffron Hill. Yes, Lady Clara Fairfax did become a duchess, after all, and her mother, perhaps on account of this or perhaps on account of her increasing brood of perfect grandchildren, vastly superior to any of Lady Bartham's whiny lot, became a truly happy woman, at least for a time. End note. If our stranger's mind be of a lively, inquisitive nature, his imagination thus fills up the chasm that wonderment has created with ill-assorted suggestions, or he seeks to obtain information from his fellow travellers, some of whom know as little of the passing scene as himself. A Living Picture of London, for 1828, and Stranger's Guide. Legal matters. For story purposes, I took some liberties with police and judicial proceedings, for example sending felons to trial when convenient to my plot, rather than waiting for the sessions, during which their indictments would have been reviewed. For a readable survey of the history of the criminal justice system in London, I recommend the Old Bailey Proceedings Online, www.oldbaileyonline.org/index.jsp. My fictional Grumley Pauper Farm is a thinly disguised version of an actual case of 1849. Ragged Schools. Though the Ragged Schools Union wasn't established until 1844, ragged schooling was known before this, although not necessarily by that name. It was with the establishment of the London City Mission in 1835 that the ragged schooling got its name, according to infed.org.
www.infed.org/youthwork/ragged_schools.htm. I took some artistic license in modelling mine on a ragged school that did exist in Saffron Hill at a later date than that of my story. Cameo appearances. Marceline, Sophie, and Leonie's stories are told in my Dressmakers trilogy. Silk is for Seduction, Scandal Wears Satin, and Vixen in Velvet. The Duke of Marchmont's story is Don't Tempt Me. His house in Kensington features in Lord Lovedon's Duel, a novella in Royally Ever After. The Broken Almost Engagement and the Shocking Incident at the Countess of Igby's Ball are episodes in Silk is for Seduction and Scandal Wears Satin. Yes, the clothes are for real. Fashions are based on images in early 19th century ladies' magazines available online. Among many other sartorial thefts, I stole most of the description of Clara's wedding dress from the November 1835 Magazine of the Beau Monde. On my Pinterest page, www.pinterest.com/LorettaChase/ you'll see the fashions as well as other illustrations for my stories. Pounds, shillings, pence, and other old money. Money equivalents. Once upon a time, until 1971, English money wasn't based on a decimal system. It went like this: 12 pence in a shilling, bob in slang, 20 shillings in a pound or sovereign, 21 shillings in a guinea. There were numerous smaller and larger units of these denominations, such as 10 shillings in a half sovereign, 5 shillings in a crown. For more, see en.wikipedia.org/wikis/coins_of_the_pound_sterling #pre-decimal_coinage. Other odd bits. Robert Burns's poem about a louse. Ye ugly creepin' blasted wonner, detested, shunned by saunt and sinner, how dare ye set your fit upon her, sae fine a lady? Gae somewhere else and seek your dinner on some poor body. Robert Burns. To a louse, on seeing one on a lady's bonnet at church. 1786. You can hear a recording here. www.bbc.co.uk/arts/Robert Burns/works/2_a_louse/. A tiger is a groom in livery who travels with owner-driver of carriage to hold horses, etc. If anything else puzzles you, please email me, author@lorettachase.com. I love nerdy history questions, and might even write a blog post about it.